with large gatherings. So for months, actually, the city has been working with Boulder County Public Health and CU, and you all know that because we invite them to come visit us every month and tell us what's going on. But this recent spike has caused grave concerns among all of those partners as well as the members of our community. So over the weekend, there have been a number of meetings, and this week as well. And only about a half hour ago, Boulder County Public Health issued an order, I guess I'll call it, recommending in the strongest possible terms that all CU students in Boulder remain quarantined for the next 14 days. And they define quarantine as staying in your home with the exception of engaging in going to in-person classes or labs at school, needs for food or medical help, helping your family, things like that. And if you go out, you are to be wearing a facial mask and of course maintain social distancing. The University of Colorado will be sending this information and also wording it strongly to all of the CU affiliates that they have. So this takes effect immediately. In addition, tomorrow, I am going to be issuing an emergency order that will focus on some properties that the police department has identified as being particularly concerning. And those properties will be subject to an emergency order from the city of Boulder for folks to follow that 14-day quarantine period with the same exceptions. So, and that will be enforceable. In addition, Boulder County Public Health and the other partners have been working with Colorado Department of Health, and CDPHE and Boulder County Public Health will be setting up a walk-up testing facility for all Boulder County residents, but primarily we hope that CU students will attend. It's located on the Hill. It will be located in the city's Pleasant Street parking lot. And many thanks to Yvette Bowden for working with Tom McGann at the university to get that going. We're starting right now to inform people to close the lot to make it ready for tomorrow. Beyond that, we will be working with CDPHE and Boulder County Public Health to create a drive-up facility in Boulder. These will be free testing for residents of Boulder County. And as soon as we have information about the drive-up facility, we will be letting people know. But let me make sure that we all know that the facility being set up tomorrow in the Pleasant Street lot is a walk-up facility. You cannot drive up to that facility. In addition, tomorrow in the morning, we will be holding a media question and answer time, and there'll be more information about that sent to the media tomorrow morning. So with me tonight, if you have questions, are Chris Meschuk, Sarah Huntley, Yvette Bowden, all of whom have been very intimately involved in working with our partners. We do not have anyone from CU or Public Health tonight, so we cannot answer specific questions about that. And I believe that Maris is also here if you have police questions. Thank you.
Very good, Jane. Thanks very much for that. And kudos to staff, kudos to CU and Boulder County Public Health and CDPHE for all coming together. This happened really quickly and a lot of things happened in parallel. And so I really appreciate the rapidity of the response. Thank you all. And Rachel, I see your hand up.
Yep, thanks, Jane. And that's pretty awesome that that was worked on over the weekend and got such quick results. So just a couple questions. For the walk-up or drive-up testing, how long do we visualize those will be available? It sounds like the whole community, like we could go and get testing. Anybody in Boulder County can go get free testing there, which is something that's been lacking in the county, at least in Boulder County.
Yeah, my understanding is that the Pleasant Street lot walk-up facility will be available for 14 days. And I don't think that there has been determination about the drive-up facility at this point.
Okay, so maybe shorter term. And then in that public health order, there was a lot of concern when we had our sort of shelter in place order that people still wanted to be able to exercise. Can CU kids still say exercise with housemates and things like that? Or how strict is this quarantine in that regard?
I believe that they can exercise, but they need to be wearing a mask. And they can also go to CU to exercise if they're involved in a collegiate team.
I believe that says
Tom, you know better than I do.
it says they can engage in recreational activities alone. So they can't exercise with their colleagues, but they can go for a run or a bike ride.
Okay. And then if it sounds like this is strongly encouraged, what happens if people aren't following this? Is there a penalty or a fine, or is it just going to lead to that didn't work and we'll try something different?
So the county order says that if it doesn't work, they'll make it mandatory. This is modeled after a program adopted by Michigan State. So the first step is to do it in the larger scale with voluntary compliance. And then the city's doing an order that's mandatory that focuses on problem properties.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thanks, Rachel. Junie?
I just have a question. I'm not sure if Jane has the answer right now, but you mentioned you mentioned quarantine voluntary for 14 days for all CU students, but how about students who are remote? Is it just for students who live on the Hill, or is it students across who live outside of the Hill and people who are remote as well?
It's not for people that are remote or in a different city, but someone started to answer who may know. Sarah, are you?
Yeah, this is Sarah Huntley. My understanding is the wording of the order or the recommendation letter says local, and the intention of the health department is students who live in the city of Boulder.
Yeah, that's the way I read that as well. Any other questions? Okay, seeing no hands, thank you all again for your hard work and your quick response. We'll move on now to an announcement about the 2020 census. Boulder County is currently at a 73% response rate, but there's still time to respond to the 2020 census. Don't be left out, your response matters. Completing the census is safe, easy, and important. The questionnaire only takes a few minutes to complete. Your responses are secure and confidential, and results help direct billions of dollars in federal funds to our community, including resources for emergencies and disaster responses. Please encourage your friends and family to respond by the September 30th deadline, that's coming up quickly, 2 weeks, at my2020census.gov, my2020census.gov, or by calling 844-330-2020. And I think that's our only announcement, so I think we're ready for open comment. So our first three speakers are Dave Hartzell, Elaine Dana Miller, and Katie Farnan. Dave?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. So I would like to ask the council to please consider this a request for a call-up review of the proposed North Boulder Library project in order to address the concerns of the neighboring property and the interest of the Boulder community at large. While the potential continued COVID shutdown of the North Boulder corner and Reynolds branches, and given uncertain budgets going forward, the council should consider a call-up review on the North Boulder Library project to address ongoing operating budget concerns. The last thing the taxpayers should have are expenditures for a 13,000 square foot facility, but then that facility to sit empty due to lack of operating budgets in the out years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. Next, we have Elaine Dana Miller, Katie Farnan, and Eric Budd. Elaine?
Hello, I'm Elaine Dannemiller. I've lived in Boulder for 11 years, and I have loved ones who've struggled with the devastation of homelessness and addiction. I just want to express my gratitude to City Council for supporting the recent stepped up enforcement of the camping ban. Being homeless is not a crime, but there is evidence in many of these camps of widespread criminal activity. Police often find stolen property, weapons, drugs, and other biohazards. Only 2 months ago, you guys know this, City Council voted against a sanctioned encampment. City staff recommended against it as well. In their presentation, they included this definition of homelessness: people living in a place that's not meant for human habitation. That includes tents and cars. Sanctioned encampments try to solve the crisis of people living in tents and cars by pursuing solutions that put people in tents and cars. It's not compassionate. It's not safe for anyone in the community, especially in winter. And we saw that was heartbreakingly clear last week. Other cities have tried this and failed, including Fort Collins, which shut down its COVID emergency campground because of increased crime, complaints about trash, hazardous materials, and fighting among the campground residents. A sanctioned campground here would bring the same problems. It would encourage the explosion of more unsanctioned camps, and the crime, fire, health, and safety risks would be unmanageable. That would place a costly and continued burden on our first responders, and we don't have unlimited resources. Wouldn't it be better to focus our solution on our coordinated entry approach with rapid rehousing, solutions that address addiction and mental illness, and mandatory case management? And in the meantime, let's provide safe, clean, temporary shelter in something more suitable than a tent or a car. So please continue to enforce the camping ban, and thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. Next, we have Katie Farnan, Eric Budd, and Sarah Campbell. Katie?
Hi, my name is Katie, and I'm a volunteer with Bedrooms Are for People. We're working to reform discriminatory occupancy limits in Boulder. I support ending occupancy limits because I want to live in a community that prioritizes fair housing access. Boulder's legacy of exclusionary housing through its zoning laws and restrictive ordinances has had reverberating impacts on our community's ability to thrive and grow, such that our population has declined for 3 straight years, school enrollment is down, and according to a 2014 study on inter-county commute patterns, greater than half of Boulder County's low-income workers drive into the county to work. City of Boulder has a central role in fixing that. And in this room, there's a central role to be played. Our occupancy laws are discriminatory, and unintended consequences are playing out right now. But I'm also concerned with Council's commitment to building a foundation of trust with the public. COVID is a time to ensure more access to the ballot, not less. And the message that was sent to the community by Council is not encouraging. Bedrooms turned in over 7.7 thousand signatures during a pandemic. They did their work. And now Council must do yours and not stand in the way of direct democracy. Council should place a moratorium on occupancy enforcement until you can come forward with a solution that allows at least one person per bedroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Next, we have Eric Budd, Sarah Campbell, and Sue Prant. Eric?
Hello, my name is Eric Budd, and I'm an organizer with Bedrooms Are for People. We're working to reform discriminatory occupancy limits in Boulder. One thing I've seen during 2020 is how the pandemic has found the failings in our public institutions. We've seen the failure of governments to uphold democracy and the failure of cities to keep people from eviction and out of homelessness. Now is the time to protect people from eviction and financial harm during the pandemic. That's what we're asking for. Stop occupancy enforcement and reform these discriminatory occupancy laws for the long term, and stop people from having to live in the shadows. Several people told me they wanted to speak tonight, but they did not sign up because of fear of retaliation and eviction because of these laws. Of those who have concerns about people living together during the pandemic, I can tell you that living in my cooperative during this time has been one of the few things to keep my own sanity. Living in community and supporting each other has been a lifeline. In fact, our yearly turnover has declined significantly since the pandemic has started, largely because we take care of each other. Have you forgotten what it's like to not be wealthy, to have to rely on others, to live in a community, to know your neighbors and to support them? That's the Boulder I want to live in. We need to keep our community whole and our public services working to benefit people living here right now. The pandemic has strained our public resources. I'm not sure how many people in Boulder realize that the South Boulder Library branch will be closed throughout all of 2021. I just wanted to make a short note that the library in North Boulder will serve a great need to the community, and I support moving forward that project. We will get through this and can make our community stronger in the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Next, Sarah Campbell, Sue Prant, and Chelsea Castellano. Sarah?
Hi, City Council and whomever is listening. My name is Sarah Campbell, and sometimes I volunteer with Bedrooms Are for People. I'm 32, I bought a house, I decided to settle down here. I mean, I appreciate all the concern for young families like mine, but I wonder, are you representing people like me who can only put a modest amount of time into local politics? I spoke at 2 city council meetings, I wrote an editorial, yet the unsubstantiated straw man arguments about affordability for young families keep coming. Anyway, I hope that some folks out there are listening to me now. And regardless, agenda item 8A is not from Bedrooms Are for People. It's from the office of our fairly centrist governor, Jared Polis. This particular ask from our governor is not going to be the end of the world or the end of your property value. I do happen to live on a street with one of those godforsaken co-ops that were supposed to destroy all of Boulder or something. My street is very quiet and my property value keeps going up. If later tonight a city council member tries again to make the unsubstantiated claim that enforcing occupancy limits will help curb the spread of COVID-19, I expect you to also have the data that supports this claim. With all of our national labs and our highly educated electorate, we should, at the bare minimum, be making public health decisions based on available data and scientific reasoning. Public health is not an area where it's appropriate to feed irrational fears about how, for example, the 4 tenants living in a 4-bedroom rental next door might feel less pressure to keep up their front lawn to your standards if you suddenly no longer have the power to evict them with a phone call. I mean, it's just grass. And this is an actual example from when I was a graduate student at CU. This is what I do know. Enforcement of occupancy limits results in evictions. The CDC has ordered a temporary halt against residential evictions in order to slow the spread of COVID-19. The CDC also cites 5 studies which have shown an association between eviction and hypertension, which has been associated with more severe outcomes from COVID-19. I also assume that destabilizing someone's housing and requiring them to couch surf between multiple households could also be a transmission line for disease. Colorado has a state epidemiologist. I'm sure Polis consulted them, and I think you have to show that the positives outweigh the negatives with actual facts if you're gonna try to continue making this argument. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Next, Sue Prant, Chelsea Castellano, and Alana Wilson. Sue.
Hi, you hear this?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, my name is Sue Prant. I'm the Executive Director of Community Cycles, and I'd like to speak about the site review proposal for 2400, 2450 Central Ave. The Transportation Master Plan shows a proposed multi-use path connection through the properties that are considered part of the site review. This connection is important because Flatiron Park has long had inadequate connections to the South Boulder Creek Path and the Boulder Creek Path. On this stretch of multi-use path, every building has a clearly defined social path. Better connections are desperately needed and have been for decades. We are not coming to you with this at the 11th hour. When this project came before Planning Board for concept review, Community Cycles testified that connection through this parcel was shown in the TMP and was badly needed. I'd like to talk more about the process. In a letter to council this afternoon, Charles Farrell states that C technical engineering and planning staff met on several occasions to evaluate possible alternatives to TMP alignment. Since Community Cycles has continued to show up to testify on this issue, why weren't we included in this discussion? More importantly, why wasn't the Transportation Advisory Board, who is essentially the keeper of the TMP and its goals, included in any of this? This is not the first time Community Cycles has found something in concept or site review that does not comply with the TMP. In fact, non-TMP compliance or poor dangerous access for bikes and peds happens frequently enough that we have been reviewing every case before the Planning Board for probably the last 7 years. Why has it fallen on Community Cycles to monitor these things and be the enforcer of the TMP? If these projects were to come before TAB, as they should, we would have better adherence to the TMP and Community Cycles would not be here asking council why the city isn't following its own TMP. There are at least 2 issues moving forward. This is a connection that badly needs to be made. We need innovative thinking from planning when it comes to transportation. They could get that innovative thinking if they included TAB. TAB needs to be allowed to have more input in planning and also parking, by the way, which is under community vitality. in order to be able to actually move the city towards its TMT goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sue. Next, we have Chelsea Castellano, Alana Wilson, and Nisa Schnepp. Chelsea?
Hi, my name is Chelsea Castellano, and I'm an organizer with Bedrooms Are for People, and we are working to reform discriminatory occupancy limits in Boulder. Council, if you had the power to relieve some fear and anxiety from thousands of Boulder residents with a nod of your head, would you? Well, that is the question that is on your agenda this evening. You actually have the power to temporarily give people just a little bit more security and stability in an increasingly unstable world by temporarily suspending enforcement of occupancy limits. You have the opportunity to win back the community's trust by listening, not to us, but to the recommendations made by Governor Polis and the CDC. They know that keeping people housing secure will save lives. Based on the conversations we had with thousands of Boulderites, there are likely thousands of people in our community living overoccupied today. These community members are not doing harm to their neighbors. As you can see in your packet, the relative number of complaints is low. These community members are not criminals, and yet they live in fear like they are simply because they have 4 people living in a 4-bedroom home. I've heard many of you speak to the dire economic situation the city is in as a justification to end the muni effort. And so today we ask you to take that same concern and apply it to the people that you may have forgotten to represent or even try to understand. Bob, you understand why EFA endorsed this now. It's because the people living on the edge of poverty need equal access to housing, and reforming occupancy limits helps to achieve that. I hope you all can take that knowledge and apply it to your conversation tonight. On a brighter note, thank you to Rachel Friend and Adam Swetlick for attending our hugely successful socially distanced and mass march this past Saturday, and for listening to your community. They got to see the wide array of people who support our movement, from young professionals to families to students to retirees. We're on the right side of history, and tonight I hope you show the world that you are too. Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea. Next up, Alana Wilson, Nisha Schnepp, and Nicholas Rosen. Alana?
Hi, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, my name is Elena Wilson. I'm an organizer with Bedrooms Are for People. And yes, we continue working to reform discriminatory occupancy limits in Boulder. Tonight, yet again, you are hearing powerful words from Bedrooms allies and organizers. We are here showing up for vulnerable neighbors and asking you to support Councilmember Friend's motion to suspend occupancy enforcement. Occupancy enforcement info is presented as a series of numbers to you. From 2017 through the present, there have been 140 investigated complaints, 75 found to be in violation, including 15 so far this year. Notice that these numbers are reported as complaints, and occupancy has a complaint-based enforcement mechanism. What were these complaints? We can surmise that noise and trash were at play sometimes, and it's likely that some of the complaints were inspired by one person with a car taking issue with another person who has a car parking in the public right-of-way in front of the former person's house. We also can't rule out the possibility that the complainer simply didn't like the looks or lifestyle of the people they were complaining about. The point here is that we don't know what actually triggered the enforcement actions in these cases. Occupancy enforcement does not address the root causes often cited as its purpose. We have other ordinances for trash and noise violations and tools to manage parking that would not leave hundreds of people in recent years looking for new housing or leaving our city. Remember that even if one person is required to leave to conform to the occupancy limit, often chosen families refuse to be split and others can't afford to split the rent fewer ways. The responsibility of the city is to manage these other real external impacts and should not include displacing people from their homes when there is either no real issue or an issue that should be resolved another way. And why is the city so hands-off in addressing actual noise and trash issues and things that are a source of occupancy complaints? We are in the midst of a profound economic crisis that is disproportionately taking jobs from folks already struggling to match their budget to the cost of living here. Please suspend occupancy enforcement and instead focus on protecting the well-being and lives of our homeless neighbors, enforcing public health orders, and enforcing the root causes of occupancy-related complaints. And yes, libraries. Thank you.
Thank you, Alana. Next, we have Nisha Schnepp, Nicholas Rosen, and Nick Grossman. Nisha?
Hi, I am Nisha Schneff, and I'm a volunteer with Bedrooms Are for People. We're a group working to reform discriminatory occupancy limits in Boulder. This has been a brutal summer in so many ways. We've been in the sort of situation where people really need to have governmental agencies that they can trust, leaders who they know have their backs. Instead, Boulder city government has not been behaving in ways to encourage trust from its citizens. I was part of the team collecting signatures during a pandemic, only to find out that the city had messed up our deadlines, and then to eventually get the second blow that the city council, including elected officials I had voted for, were refusing to move our measure to the ballot. A lot of people are stressed past the breaking point by this pandemic, and I don't just mean that we feel exhausted and burned out. I mean that some people are in danger of losing their housing and not having an affordable place to turn to in Boulder. The city has been doing sweeps on homeless camps. Over 100 sweeps have been done since February, and this past week's snowstorm resulted in the death of a homeless man. We'll never know why he was sleeping outside instead of in one of the city's available shelter beds, but there's no denying that the city's government consistently behaves in ways that do not encourage trust from people who are down and out. That this lack of trust can result in death is indicative of truly dire times. I am begging this city council to take steps to repair all the damage that has been done, starting with a moratorium on occupancy enforcement until the city passes a solution that allows at least one person per bedroom. During this pandemic, we do not need any more deaths because of a lack of housing or a lack of trust in our local government. Please consider doing what you can do to make this government truly by and for the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Nisha. Next, we have Nicholas Rosen, Nick Grossman, and Sammy Lawrence IV. Nicholas?
Hi there. My name is Nick Rosen. I'm a local businessman and a homeowner and a parent here in Boulder. First time talking to City Council. Thank you very much. I'm here just to talk about a couple things. Firstly, just to support the motion to suspend occupancy requirements in light of the COVID epidemic. I'm against these requirements in normal times. I really don't believe that they comport with the values that I wish for my community, like making Boulder a more equitable and accessible and open place with more diversity in terms of racial diversity, cultural, gender, and economic. And then to see the bedrooms are for people, folks, a lot of whom are here at this meeting, who are so committed to equitable and affordable housing, have them brave COVID to go and collect signatures to get this on the ballot, to later be told by the city that they missed the deadline. Their whole process was for naught. That was really frustrating. And, look, these are not simple issues. And I know that the folks in the city and the city council are well-intentioned people. I'm friends with some of you. But it just seems like this is something that, like people have mentioned, trust is eroding. This is something that even Jared Polis, the governor, is saying, I strongly encourage all municipalities and other local jurisdictions to suspend occupancy requirements during COVID. People are struggling economically, and I think this is the minimum that the city could do to support people in this difficult time. To provide safe and affordable housing for everyone in Boulder. Secondly, as a resident of North Boulder and with a family full of readers, I fully support the North Boulder Library construction. I'm excited to see the work begin. I ask City Council to please prioritize.
Thank you, Nick. Next, we have Nick Grossman, Sammy Lawrence IV, and Carlston Nasser. Nick?
Picture tomorrow's news headlines now. Boulder continues evictions in pandemic, ignoring Colorado's governor and public health experts. With so many people struggling to keep up with their housing payments due to COVID-related shutdowns, business closures, and layoffs, it's more important than ever that Boulder's government takes measures to help keep people housed during the pandemic. Governor Polis's executive order strongly encourages cities like Boulder that limit the number of unrelated people who can live together to suspend or eliminate those restrictions to enable homeowners to rent or give rooms to people who need housing. Occupancy limits jeopardize housing stability for so many people who currently rely on sharing living costs in order to stay in Boulder. The threat of occupancy enforcement also limits affordable housing options for families and individuals who don't want to risk living illegally, forcing them to choose more expensive housing or to live outside of Boulder. In these stressful times, passing this motion would help thousands of our neighbors sleep better at night by knowing that the government won't kick people out of a private home because they don't match the city's definition of a family. Suspending occupancy enforcement will allow people to minimize their housing expenses by safely living together without the constant fear of being evicted. It will also enable homeowners and tenants to choose to legally house their vulnerable neighbors whose lives have been upended by the pandemic. Keeping our community together means keeping people housed. Please take action now to restore voters' faith in our government and show your compassion for your neighbors by supporting this motion to help keep Boulder whole. If you do so, tomorrow's headlines could instead read, Boulder votes to keep people housed during the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Next, we have Sammy Lawrence IV, Carlston Nasser, and Tamar Stone. Sammy?
Thank you, Sam. I don't have a script, and typically I have a speech that I write down, that I take time for. However, I have not had the time to write. I have not had the time as our people are suffering, much like the broken board at the Black Lives Matter altar at the Justice Center. I feel physically broken. I'm watching our people suffer in ways similar that I have suffered over the past year. Suffering in ways that are still persistent. From being treated less than and misled and lied to our faces. I have had hope for justice and truth to come into play. Yet, I am broken as I hear our very well-known chief, Harold, call my assailant a man who assaulted and disabled me, who assaulted an elderly woman and another woman prior, a good man. Good men and good people are accountable and honorable. From what I believe and what I was taught. From the last time I checked, this is what we all know. I'm tired of seeking justice through the normal ways, and now we'll make sure to get them the right ways. Through nonviolence and civility, the truth of the cover-up of Sammy Leon Lawrence IV of Boulder, Colorado will come to light. Thank you for helping me become greater. I love you all. I'm sorry for what I must do next. Bye for now.
Thank you, Sammy. Next, we have Carlston Nasser, Tamar Stone, and Sarah Dawn Haynes. Carlston?
Carlston, you're able to speak. You'll just need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I just did. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, well, I do have a script, but it's pretty brief and pretty concise. I'm Carlston Nasser. I'm a volunteer with Bedrooms Are For People, and I strongly support a temporary suspension of the enforcement of the occupancy limits due to the strain imposed on all due to COVID. I will lay out a few points that I think will support the revision of the occupancy rules after this test period. So I strongly support an immediate suspension, but the points I'll lay out are the foundation of why I think the rules should be revised. The current system constrains access to cheapest, most abundant, and obvious housing option available to all existing underutilized bedrooms that could be used by people who actually want or need to live with housemates. The occupancy limits in place by default undermines the city's own efforts to encourage limit congestion and pollution and to increase affordability. This great city can be smarter about how it uses its finite resources. The limits incentivize new housing development in areas where transportation infrastructure is lacking, further away from higher density areas where jobs and entertainment is located, with the inevitable environmental costs that come with it. There is a significant footprint, environmentally speaking, starting any new construction. The new construction invariably also involves impact fees, exaction that are funded by the development and of the developer, and increase the cost, making the new housing, even the new housing supply, less affordable too, a downward spiral. The ossified occupancy limits in place.
Thank you, Carlston.
Thank you.
Next, we have Tamar Stone, Sarah Dawn Haynes, and Kurt Nordback. Tamar?
Hey, thank you for this time. As a homeowner in Uptown North Boulder, we are asking council to please consider the request to call up the review of the proposed North Boulder Library branch in order to address the concerns of the neighboring property and the interest of Boulder community at large. The original blueprint for this vision was a 5,000 square foot single-story library annex that we, the homeowners, knew about upon purchasing our condos. How it went from a charming 5,000 square foot North Boulder Library annex to a 13,100 square foot two-story branch library without ever writing, email, or including the homeowners at Uptown in the expansion process remains a mystery and a travesty to us. We believe the city is shoehorning something much bigger than the space allows, and we would appreciate oversight. We have reasons to believe that the traffic study that was done is not accurate and does not reflect the current state of congestion and limited parking that already exists. In addition, as the Daily Camera just announced, the North Boulder Corner and George Reynolds Library branches have been closed. These are extremely unusual times. Some of our small businesses that make up the uniqueness of Boulder are hanging on by their fingernails. This is not the time to be building a branch library. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamar. Next, we have Sarah Dawn Haynes, Kurt Nordback, and O.C. Adelfang. Sarah Dawn?
Hi, good evening. This is Sarah Dawn Haynes. I'm an organizer, volunteer supporter with Bedrooms Are for People, and we're working to reform the discriminatory occupancy limits in Boulder. None of the fears and concerns that were exclaimed about co-op ordinance have come to pass. And recently, when speaking about shared housing, Mary and others on social media have brought up, what about housemates spreading COVID? I can't help but roll my eyes. None of the co-ops in Boulder, my own included, even with the folks being critical workers, several of my roommates, we have not had an outbreak. None of the co-ops have. But I know of several single-family homes who have tested positive. Research on national trends is showing similar well-being in shared housing. The benefits of having housemates, from dealing with wages lost to meals, have been invaluable to our resiliency. 52% of our residents are renters. There's our students who are not full-time residents included in that. I'm going to say probably not, because they're not counted in other metrics the city and county collects. Let's also recognize the myth that all renters are students and all students are frat boys. We are talking about adults sharing housing. So let's show care for young people, non-traditional families, retirees, elders, climate activists, the people who are considering low income, not middle income, and make less than $60,000 a year, like many of the staff at the university, like me, and the city employees. Black, Indigenous, immigrant, queer folks. To support people with these identities, especially when they intersect many of these identities, like so many renters do. Increasing housing opportunities by changing the exclusionary occupancy limits and placing a moratorium on enforcing them is critical to the health and well-being of our community. Let's also celebrate the years of work in opening the new library in North Boulder. That'll be a profound resource for enriching the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah Dawn. Next, Kurt Nordback, O.C. Adelfang, and Krista Nordback. Kurt?
Hi, Kurt Nordback speaking on behalf of Community Cycles. I'm addressing the proposed project on Central Avenue, following up the comments by Sue Brandt. Staff provided a detailed response to questions about this from Councilmember Brockett, mostly bearing on the Nino and Moore geotechnical report prepared for the applicant. But the report does not back up most of staff's assertions. The sum total of the report's discussion of the potential path is as follows, quote, if the incorporation of a ramp that meets the requirements of the Americans with Disabilities Act is considered for design and construction, the grade raise fill needed to construct such ramp will need to be benched into the steep 2 horizontal to 1 vertical berm, which may compromise the stability of the berm and therefore it is not recommended, unquote. This is the cursory opinion of an engineering firm primarily addressing conditions for the building's foundation and paving. There's zero analysis here. There's zero consideration of constructing the path by filling rather than benching. There's zero in the way of cost estimates. And the wording is far from conclusive. It's possible that constructing the path would be prohibitively expensive, but we don't know. In short, the process did not value people walking or biking enough to get more data. It didn't value the unique connectivity this particular link would provide between Flatiron Parkway and the path east to Stasio Fields and 63rd Street. And it didn't value the TMP, the foundational document of the city's transportation policy. As Sue pointed out, there are micro and macro issues here. At the micro level, we need better access now to Flatiron Park for people walking and biking. At the macro level, we need better attention to transportation in the development review process and to stop dismissing walk and bike facilities as optional. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Next, we have O.C. Adelfang, Kristen Nordback, and Patrick Murphy. Ossie?
Hi, my name is O.C. Adelfang. I live in Boulder Meadows and I support housing justice. I'm here to talk about life in Boulder for the non-wealthy and about how our occupancy rules and the cost of housing in general affect us. So my family moved here 5 years ago because we would get better services for our 2 disabled children. Boulder would give me a healthy lifestyle for my autoimmune disease. And then we were gonna get a city and a city government that was progressive, committed to human rights and the environment. It's been 5 years. And so here we are, 2 professional people making what would be a good wage somewhere else. Even with the financial burden of our kids' disabilities, we now live in a 1,200 square foot trailer with a family of 5 because that's the only housing we can afford without taking on housemates. Now with COVID, my partner and I are both working full time in the trailer while doing online school with 1 typical high school kid and 2 with special needs in our tiny little space. Still, I know that that's nothing compared to most of my neighbors' real economic suffering during the COVID crisis. It's a sad statement about Boulder that people here are so wealthy and so entitled that their desires supersede other people's basic need for shelter. I moved here with a very idealistic view, and I have to tell you, it's come to us having the conversation of considering leaving. And that's from the perspective of professionals who, even despite our own privilege, are relegated to the edge of Boulder living. In this crisis, suspend oppressive occupancy enforcement and then create real affordable living options, or keep punishing people for not being wealthy, but admit that Boulder has chosen to become a so-called progressive whites-only country club. Thank you.
Thank you, Ossie. Next, we have Kristen Nordback, Patrick Murphy, and Kristen Eller. Krista?
Hello, Krista Nordback. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Krista Nordback, Boulder resident, organizer with Bedrooms Are for People. Thank you to Rachel and Adam and the over 100 people who marched with us on Saturday. It was great fun. Question, why is it okay for my neighbor to buy the house next door to them, tear it down, and put in, no, not a huge house, a swimming pool? And yet, it's not legal for us to have more than 3 unrelated people living in our house. So my mother lived in a rooming house in college in Illinois. The owner and her daughter lived downstairs and rented out the 4 upstairs bedrooms. The income probably allowed the single mom to keep her house. Why do we deprive homeowners in Boulder of similar opportunities to find creative ways to stay in their homes? We're losing the people that make Boulder special. Boulder claims to care about climate change. We even have a climate action plan, and yet our housing policy creates sprawl. Because people can't afford to live here, they drive in to access jobs, education, mountain parks. If more could live here, fewer would have to drive in, reducing tailpipe emissions. They could live more efficiently with less energy use from heat, AC, etc. As forests around us burn, it's past time to use all available means to fight climate change. If you don't support occupancy reform for the sake of homeowner rights or compassion or fairness, support it for the climate. We don't have time not to. Given the current crisis, pandemic, climate, economic recession, even CDC has placed an eviction moratorium. It's high time for a moratorium on occupancy enforcement. And remember, bedrooms are for people.
Thank you, Krista. The last 2 speakers, Patrick Murphy and Kristen Eller. Patrick.
My name is Patrick Murphy. I live in Boulder. Boulder Power and Light, the Muni, is a financial failure today, tomorrow, and decades into the future. The planet burns, floods, and dies while Boulder fiddles. Time to burn that fiddle and let real carbon reduction begin now, not 6 years from now. Muni supporters ask, why the rush? Have they forgotten that we were in a rush 10 years ago and it would be 6 years from now for the Muni to exist if everything went perfectly, which it never has? We've accomplished nothing while in a rush. So rushing to the Muni full truth seems intimidating to Muni supporters now. The bizarre thing is that we all have the same goals, but Muni supporters are blind to full truth. Muni supporters say we were promised the true cost to the Muni and we should wait. I guess they haven't learned that the Muni never keeps a promise. We were promised that the Muni would be up and running by 2017. We were promised that we would get the true cost by 2020 after giving them a bonus of $7 million in 2017. We were promised off-ramps, but were denied them 3 times when previous XL negotiations were not allowed on the ballot. Past non-performance is indeed a good indicator of future non-performance. If you feel that you are idealistic and losing the dream, you aren't. The dream was not to have a city monopoly, which has raised water rates by 80% since 2015, but it was to have a replicable, scalable way to reduce our carbon footprint in an equitable way that other towns would emulate. That was the real dream and the shared dream. The only thing standing between us and that shared dream is the Muni. Finally, we get to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. And finally, we have Kristen Eller. Kristen?
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, there we go. Hi, my name is Kristen Eller, and I'm a volunteer with Bedrooms Are for People. Your actions tonight determine how Boulder will go down in history. During a pandemic, housing crisis, and economic recession, will you protect Boulder citizens, or will you put the nail in the coffin, cementing Boulder as a city that caters to the elite and upholds discriminatory occupancy laws, even during a pandemic? We are in a housing and unemployment crisis, where people in Boulder are losing their basic form of protection, the roof over their heads. Relaxing occupancy enforcement would allow for struggling families to move in together and support one another, fiscally, emotionally, with childcare, and much more. Governor Polis and the CDC realize that remaining housed is the first step to mitigating the spread of COVID-19, and Boulder should too. Continuing to enforce occupancy laws upholds the exclusionary practices that have made Boulder a city of majority rich white people. Boulder claims to want diversity, claims to want young families and claims to be opening and inclusive, yet time after time, we've had the chance to change our old exclusionary housing laws, and time again, we've kept them. We need this moratorium now more than ever. And without change, we will continue to see people move out of Boulder, and we will be stuck with the long-term consequences of shaping our city through exclusionary and discriminatory laws. At Bedrooms Are for People, we want Boulder to be inclusive, diverse, and welcoming, and we won't back down. Our community has said that they want change. Through over 7,700 signers, numerous open comment speakers, and the 100 plus people who marched with us on Saturday. You have the chance to place a temporary hold on occupancy enforcement right now. But know that we will hold you accountable, and we will be putting Bedrooms Are for People on the ballot in 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. And with that, we wrap up open comment. I'll turn to staff and see if staff has any response to what we heard tonight.
Sorry, I was on mute because my able assistant Henry is barking. Yeah, I have no comments, thanks.
I just wanted to clarify, Ms. Prant asked why the development review for the Central Avenue project didn't go to TAB. Staff is prohibited from taking development reviews from TAB. It's a specific provision in the code.
Thank you, Tom. And then I'll turn to council members. Any council members want to speak to what we heard? Mark, and then Mary.
I just want to ask a question of Tom. What was the purpose of that restriction prohibiting staff from taking a development proposal to TAB?
When TAB was created in 1992, council debated its appropriate role, and they decided that development review issues with respect to transportation should be handled by the planning board.
Okay, thank you.
Can I colloquy on that? May
Sure.
I?
Mm-hmm.
So is that, what would be required to change that, Tom? Is that like in the charter, or could we just change it?
It's an ordinance. You can change it at any time. And in fact, the ordinance also the code provision also gives you the authority to refer something to TAB. Staff just can't do it.
Oh.
So council can refer something to TAB at council's request.
Okay, Mary?
Yeah, I just have a couple questions that were brought up by some of the speakers, as well as in some emails that we received. So they have to do with North Boulder Library. Regarding that the building was first envisioned as a 5,000 square foot building, and that there was going to be a connection through to Violet. And I just wanted to raise those questions because they've come up, and if we can get a response on them, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
So this is one of the items for call up tonight, and staff has a presentation and can talk about it then. Is that all right?
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any other council response? Okay, seeing none, I think we're ready to move on.
Next is your consent agenda, items A through H.
Okay, and do we have any, I know for sure that there's been a change in 3D that we will need to make an amendment to. Is there any other consent item that people want to discuss? Rachel.
I just had a question on 3H for ratifying the emergency orders by the city manager. And I understand it's, I guess we're at the 6-month mark, and so we're looking at ratifying many at once as an optional step. I just wondered, might we want to instead ratify these as we go so that we can just have it in a more digestible chunk than all of them in 6 months going forward?
There's no process for council ratification of orders in the code. I'm kind of making it up. It just felt uncomfortable, but I'd be happy to bring them to council whenever council wants them. If you want to do them every time we do them, we could bring them to the next meeting or the meeting after, depending on scheduling. That's council's choice. And we probably should consider changing the emergency code to provide for council review of orders in some process.
So I would just put a plug in, like I read them as they came out, obviously, but then to go back and reread them, required a little refreshing. So I'd rather just ratify them as we going forward, if that's an option.
Aaron?
Yeah, I was going to say something about 3H as well. I think it makes sense that we're taking this ratification step, but might be worth speaking to it just briefly and not just passed on the consent agenda. So I'll just say that I have thought that Jane and the city manager and the city staff's offices have done an exemplary job in doing these emergencies orders as the COVID crisis has continued along. So I've been fully supportive of each of them, and I'm happy to ratify them formally tonight.
Okay, very good. And does someone from staff want to give us a brief update on item 3D, the Go EV City?
Yeah, thank you. I actually was under the impression that we did have a staff member attending tonight, but I'm not seeing him in the list. So I've been following the emails, and thank you, Mary, for raising the issue that you raised with regard to equity. Carl Castillo worked with Matt Lehrman and Jonathan Cohn, and they made a recommendation that this item be amended to remove item number 6.
So I would look for a motion to do so.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, great. So we now have an amendment on 3D, and I'm not seeing any more hands up. So this is a roll call vote.
And Sam, sorry, I had my hand still up. Do you mind if I say something real quick about the Go EV thing?
No, that's fine. I thought it hadn't come down yet. Go for it.
Yeah, just the Go EV declaration is sort of committing us to take steps to electrify our transportation infrastructure as a city organization. And since transportation is one of our very largest source of greenhouse gas emissions, and our electricity supply is getting greener all the time, this is committing the city organization to electrifying as much as possible. So I think it's a good statement to make. And I appreciate Mary raising the equity issues that she did in her email. And so I think it's been improved.
And I'll just make a follow-up comment to that. I think the city of Boulder has one of the highest uptake rates of EVs of any city between the coasts. So it is a place where if we do things right and that trend keeps up, we can continue being progressive in the way that we make them more and more attractive, not just making them more accessible, but also making charging ubiquitous everywhere. So Mary, did you have a follow-up?
Well, I did not post my request on Hotline, so for that reason, I'll just briefly explain what the change is there were an itemization of resolutions within this resolution after the findings and rest of the document. And I found that there were 2 of those items that were in conflict with each other. One was hoping to provide social equity in all things transportation, basically. And the other one was to advocate to RTD for the electrification of buses in Boulder to reduce air pollution. And because RTD is a district and covers areas bigger than Boulder, the effect of just advocating for electrification of buses in Boulder would have taken budget from other places and therefore would have been inequitable. So if anyone has any more questions about that, I'd be happy to respond by email.
Thank you, Mary. Aaron, your hand is still up. Do you have something else or is it left over? Okay.
It's just left over.
Okay, super. Now I think we're ready for the roll call vote, Debbie.
Did we have a motion to accept the consent?
We just had a motion to amend so far. That's a good point. So we've amended 3D, and so now we do need a motion. Thank you for passing consent.
So moved.
Second. Okay. Yes, we do. Thank you, Debbie.
You're welcome. Councilmember Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Aye.
Swetlick.
Aye.
Wallach.
Aye.
Weaver.
Aye.
Yates.
Aye.
Young.
Yes.
Rocket.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Very good.
So next we have the first call up tonight, and it's 2400 and 2450 Central Avenue within the Flatiron Industrial Business Park and Industrial General Zoning District.
Okay, thank you. I think that one may have some discussion that folks would like to have. And does staff have any presentation on it?
I think Charles, you do?
Actually, we don't have any presentation this evening, but we do have representatives from floodplain engineering, transportation, as well as planning here to answer any questions that council may have.
Very good. Well, I appreciated your detailed response. And we have Aaron's hand up.
Yeah, Charles, thank you as well for that detailed response to those concerns about the multi-use path connection in the business park today. So, I had passed along the concerns that I shared from Community Cycles letter to us about the project and about the possibility of making the multi-use path connection to the east from the park as called for in the Transportation Master Plan. I do see from Charles's response that it is primarily a flood safety matter and that it does not appear doable to establish that connection kind of through that and on top of that berm without compromising the potential flood safety that berm provides. So I'm not going to suggest that we call it up or force that connection to be made, but I did appreciate the email from Ben Molk today from Crescent Real Estate, one of the owners of the project, saying that they are committed to meet with Community Cycles to see if there's a way to come up with some kind of alternate path and way to make that bike ped connection. So hopefully something positive comes out of that. And I appreciate Community Cycles for continuing to work on it with them.
Great. Anyone else? So I'll just weigh in here as well. I spent many years working out there, and that connection is greatly needed. It will definitely, and there are social connections that are made, as we heard from Sue, behind most of the buildings there. So I expect that Mr. Molk will follow through on what he said. I'm sure Community Cycles will take him up on it. And the goal would be to find an equivalent connection somewhere nearby, because it's that side of the park that is what needs that connection. So it has to be somewhere on the east side of the park. Maybe this isn't the best place, but it is needed. Okay, any interest in calling it up? Doesn't sound like it.
Great. Your next call up is items related to the property at 4540 Broadway, the North Boulder Branch Library, the site review, and the use review application.
Charles, go ahead.
I'm sorry, thanks, Jane. I'm going to turn it over to Sloan Walbert. She has served as the case manager. She has a brief presentation this evening, and then we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. So as was mentioned, the purpose of this item is for council to decide whether to call up the site review to construct an approximately 13,000 square foot public library on a city-owned property at 4540 Broadway. The proposed library would implement the vision for a library in the North Boulder set by the Library Master Plan and the North Boulder Sub-Community Plan. In terms of a review process, a concept plan and site review are required for the project since the site is over 2 acres in size. A concept plan review was reviewed last year, and this is the required site review. The library is considered a governmental facility in the land use code, which requires a use review in the RM2 and MU2 districts. On August 20th, the Planning Board unanimously approved the site and use review applications, and this decision is subject to call up for a public hearing before council. As part of the discretionary review process, written notice was sent and notice was posted on the property. It's also important to note that this review follows a series of community engagement events facilitated by the library, which began in August of 2018, which was described and detailed in the staff memo. The approximately 2.75 acre property is located west of Broadway and north of Violet Avenue. It has frontage on 4 streets. 4 Mile Canyon Creek runs through the site. To give some background on the planning process, as I mentioned, the site is within the boundaries of the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan, which was adopted in 1995 to guide future development of North Boulder. In addition, the need for a full-service library in North Boulder is outlined as a priority goal in the 2018 Boulder Public Library Master Plan. And lastly, the most recent capital improvement plan includes $1.7 million for the design and construction of this North Boulder branch library. City involvement and planning on the property began in 1997, which is the year City Council directed staff to acquire land in the area for a library or other public use in order to implement the vision set by the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan. Subsequently, the city negotiated with Safeway for the donation of the site. At that time, Safeway was intending to develop the property located to the north, and the property was donated in 1999 for public purposes like a library. The property is designated as mixed-use business, medium-density residential, and open space other on the land use map of the comprehensive plan. The library structure and parking lot would be located within the mixed-use business designation. Likewise, the project site crosses 3 zoning districts. The proposed building would be located in the MU2 district. The site is impacted by the high hazard and conveyance zones, 100-year and 500-year floodplains of 4 Mile Canyon Creek. It's also considered a high-functioning wetlands protected by the 25-foot inner buffer and 50-foot outer buffer area. Flood and wetland constraints have driven the siting of the building and the development. And the development would be located outside of these zones and buffer areas. To provide some further context, the site is neighbored by the Uptown Broadway mixed-use development to the north. The buildings in this development are 2 and 3 stories in height with a maximum height of 48 feet. Violet Crossing residential development is located to the south, which features 2 and 3 story buildings, and the Boulder Meadows Mobile Home Park is located to the east. And there's some images of those developments. Moving on to the proposal. The proposal is for a 13,010 square foot branch library to extend services to North Boulder as part of the larger public library system. This, the area of 13,000 square feet is actually far less than the minimum or the maximum outlined on the quitclaim deed, which limits the maximum square footage of the building to 21,000 square feet. The proposed interior programming includes a community room, offices, classrooms, children's space, and a large maker space. 30 vehicular parking spaces are proposed, both with 20 spaces in a surface parking lot and 10 along an access drive as parallel spaces. And that constitutes a 6.3% parking reduction. In terms of bike parking, the proposal includes 22 short-term and 5 long-term secure bike parking spaces. The site plan includes a trapezoidal shaped building on the north end of the site at the terminus of 13th Street. A new access drive is proposed to connect 13th and 14th Streets. The site is designed to encourage vehicular access from 14th Street directly into the new surface parking lot. Bike and pedestrian connections occur at Broadway and in the existing trail system along 4 Mile Canyon Creek. The proposal includes the extension of 14th Street within dedicated public right-of-way to terminate within 5 feet of the property line. This extension would accommodate the future extension of 14th Street south to Violet Avenue. Mary pointed out, There is a planned extension of 14th Street to connect all the way down to Violet. Currently, the vehicle storage area for the mobile home park prohibits the full construction of this connection at this time. City staff has had several conversations with the property owner, and they're aware of the future connection. And they've communicated a desire to work with the city to facilitate that construction. But at this point, we're not able to fully realize that connection, and funding for a bridge over the creek would have to be included in a future capital improvement plan. The site design expands on improvements made by the Uptown Broadway development with an enlarged urban plaza along the western arm of the property. There's an image of that plaza. And the access drive along the northern edge of the site would be a private street maintained by the city. It's intended as an extension of that urban plaza with a curbless access drive, a more narrow street design. The proposed building is 2 stories and 35 feet in height. The library programs are distributed on 2 floors. The building is arranged with the highest point and main entrance aligned to the center of 13th Street. And then the building tapers down both to the east and west with a planted green roof. The structure is designed in a contemporary style. It's intended to be an iconic structure. The exterior of the building is designed with 2 faces, a residential neighborhood facing facade to the north and a more public facing transparent facade to the south. Proposed building materials include, among others, aluminum standing seam and metal panel systems, engineered wood, glass, and aluminum storefront windows. And the design includes the use of several green technologies and systems, and the building is planned to be net zero ready. And that was just a quick overview. I'm happy to answer any questions you would have. We also have library staff available as well.
Very good. Thank you, Sloan. Aaron, is this new hand raised?
It is not.
Okay. Pardon me. Any other questions? Rachel, and then Mary, and then Mark.
I do have a couple. I was eating while that presentation was happening, so if somebody else could go first, that would be great. I need to dry it.
Mary?
Sure. I was eating as well, so wiping my mouth. Sloan, as I understood from your presentation, the 14th Street connection to Violet is stubbed out.
So the planned connection still exists. It just cannot be constructed as part of this project. We would have to continue to negotiate with the property owner of the mobile home park, and it would have to be included in a capital improvement plan to build the bridge to span.
Okay. But the plan is still there.
Yes.
Okay. And I would encourage the mobile home park owners to come to a conclusion with this. It's been getting worked on since my very first year on council. And then the other question I had was the building was initially planned to be 5,000 square feet and is now 13,000. So I just wanted to understand what influenced that change in size.
Right. So in 1999, the original quitclaim deed agreement with Safeway limited the building to 5,000 square feet. That deed was later amended in 2003 when the city was working with the Uptown Broadway development and Rosewood Avenue was vacated. So the city was part of that development process, and through that, the maximum limitation on the building was increased to 21,000 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Mary. Rachel, are you ready?
Ready. Thanks for the delay. Okay, so I have a number of questions, and some of these I'm sure have been answered over the years, but being new, I may be asking some historic questions that I just don't understand. But the first one is on the images that we saw, we've had a lot of neighbors complaining about the project and being super close to the house. do any of the images show the library's vantage point, or like what it looks like in relation to those homes that people currently live in? Like, can I see the context from their vantage point, or what space would be between the library and those homes? That make sense?
We don't have any perspectives from the homes themselves to the library. There are some perspectives, I believe, in the memo from showing the access drive.
Could that maybe be pulled up? I just want to visualize, like, is it, in somebody's, somebody gonna have to walk sideways to get, through a narrow path in those, or what are the spatial relations there?
So I believe the building itself is located 63 feet from the closest building to the north. I think some of those comments relate to the access drive, the proximity of the access drive, but the existing landscaping and sidewalk would remain, which is on the neighboring property. I think if we're able to bring up the site plan again, I think it might be helpful.
Sloan, this is Antonia. I also just recently sent you a slide this evening that shows the vantage point, or the distances between all the buildings in that development, which might give some perspective.
Okay, I'm not sure if I'm able to share. Sarah, am I able to share, or do I need to send this to you? Or put it in chat?
I can see something that says proposal, architecture, and building design.
Right, so this is a separate document that
Ryan, if you could go ahead and make Sloan a co-host really quick, we can let her share her screen.
Sure thing. To ask another question while we're working on that.
Sure, go ahead.
So second, a couple of us participated in some listening sessions with elementary and maybe middle school kids, I think elementary. And they had some great ideas. I was just wondering which of those were acted on or pulled into the project, if anybody knows.
Antonia from the library should be able to answer that.
Sure. I think Growing Up Boulder was.
Yes, absolutely. Growing Up Boulder produced a fabulous student engagement report for us, many of which the feedback has already been incorporated into our internal layout design, but we will continue to use that report as a guiding framework for our program and space development as we move forward. So far, we've really been focused on the site and the exterior of the building. And as we move into planning out and designing the interior space, that's really where the student input is going to be incredibly pivotal for us. They had a lot of really good insight on programs they'd like to see, ways they would like to use the maker space, ways they would like to activate the outdoor space. And so their feedback absolutely is a priority place for us to place our ongoing focus.
Awesome, thanks. Yeah. My next question is, it looks like we scaled some things back due to budget, which makes sense because of COVID. And that we're keeping, though, most of the footprint of the building, but then scaling back things like the urban plaza and the playground and some exterior learning spaces. I think those are just delayed, but I wanted to get clarification because those were some of the things that the kids in my session were talking about and excited about. So could that be clarified?
Yes, Rachel, that's absolutely true. A lot of the things that built excitement, not only among the kids in North Boulder, but in the larger community engagement process that we heard from people, was the exterior programming element. Although we were able to preserve the public plaza enhancements, we did have to cut out the outdoor learning garden and the outdoor playground, save for the iconic slide that attaches to the building. We did have to cut those things out because of budget shortfall, but we absolutely are planning for those things to be add-ons, and we're currently pursuing external funding opportunity to add those things back on with the construction of the project. So there's some opportunities we're pursuing with the Boulder Library Foundation and other potential donors that might be able to add that back in at the same time that we do the construction. And if not, we certainly can add that back in whenever the funding becomes available.
Thanks. Because I was just thinking during COVID, those are the spaces really that would be most functional quickly. So I would almost have preferred to see those fast tracked so that we had additional outdoor opportunities for people. So
absolutely.
I don't know what else to say about that, but
yeah. So the planned opening of this building is middle of 2022.
Yeah.
So we hope that, I mean, obviously COVID will be a different perspective and a different situation for us at that time. But during the modifications that we made to the building, we focused on preserving as much as we could of the footprint and the finality of the actual structure and the building, and preserving services and spaces that would meet the most underrepresented groups in the community, particularly our adult learners, for our literacy program and the inclusion of children's and youth programming spaces.
Got it. Okay, and then just a couple more questions. So when I looked at the I think parking analysis, it looked like it was for a 12,000 foot building, but we ended up doing 13,000 square feet. So does that change the number? We reduced the parking spaces by 2. I think it was 6%, which I think was 2 parking spaces. But I just wanted to know if given the extra 1,000 square feet, that parking analysis still held to the 2 was okay to reduce by.
Yeah, the existing documentation is for the current size of the building.
Okay, because something in our packet was for a 12,000 square foot building analysis.
Yeah, it was later updated. There should have been an update later attached, but I could see how that would be confusing.
Okay.
Right, we updated it, Rachel, right before the planning board hearing. It was an 11th hour update, but it does consider the 13,000 square foot building.
So that's still good. All right, perfect. And then, like, do we have any data on the parking utilization downtown library? I understand a lot of people park there, to go to city council meetings and things like that, and go on the creek. But it's certainly a small number of parking spaces provided for that library. And do we have data on sort of what the usual utilization is for our downtown library and how that would translate? I understand this is a more walkable neighborhood and should be in line with our 15-minute walkable and bikeable access, but wanted to know if that was looked at.
Yeah, so as part of the study that was done, they did look at other library locations. I don't know if Antonio, if you have more detail on that, but that was part of the analysis, was looking at other locations.
Yeah, without looking at it specifically, and our architect, Nevin, who's here, may be able to speak to it more in depth since our traffic consultant isn't here. But we did actually study parking use at the main library and the branch libraries, and being able to predict based on the level of programming we have in this space and the size of the building. I believe it was predicted a maximum use at any time of 26 spaces. So that is less than what we're providing. So I think we have a little bit of cushion. Plus, I think we're expecting a higher level of multimodal access to this library because it's right on the bus line. It's immediately adjacent to multi-use paths. And like you said, it's nearby major residential areas, including Boulder Meadows and Ponderosa, as like a 2-minute walk. And we've also negotiated with the owners of Boulder Meadows to include a direct access path from their Boulder Meadows manufactured home community to this library. So they will not have to drive to the space. It'll be a very convenient walk. So Nevin, I don't know if you have anything to add.
No, I don't have anything to add. That was well summarized.
Thanks. Just one more question. It's mentioned that that employees will get an eco pass for 3 years. Is that special for this library, or do all library employees get eco passes?
All City of Boulder employees get an eco pass for the length of their employment.
Okay, so I was just confused by why that was a feature, because I thought everybody got passes. Okay, thank you for answering all those questions. It's a really exciting project, and I appreciate the presentation. Thanks.
Thanks, Rachel. Next up is Mark and then Adam. Mark.
Okay. First, thanks for the presentation. I think the design of this looks terrific. However, I do have some questions. Can you tell me what the footprint of this structure is going to be? How many square feet?
13,010.
No, that's the total square footage. I'm asking what.
Approximately 9,000 square feet.
I'm sorry?
Approximately 9,000 square feet.
And the total site is about 125,000 square feet. How much of that is buildable? Obviously, you don't want to build in the floodplain area or the OSO. How much of that 125,000 square feet is potentially buildable?
I don't have that exact number on me.
And the reason I'm asking is, and I want to follow up on what I thought was a great question from Rachel, which is there are no depictions of what this structure will look like from the affected properties to the north. And it would seem to me to be appropriate for us to understand that. And that leads back to my question of, was there no flexibility in terms of pushing it a little further away from those structures?
So Mark, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, I am. I can.
Okay, so you'll see the building massing there and the proximity to the buildings. And if we go to the next screen, you can see that it is 65 feet from
Understood.
building. So the building is pushed as far south as possible to stay out of the wetland buffers and the floodplain. And the intent was to line up the building with 13th Street to create sort of a visual, to take advantage of the visual corridor. So the alternative would be to push it to the east, where you would lose that connectivity to Broadway and that visual connection. But there, in this case, it's not possible to move any further south.
So that entire area is essentially non-buildable?
That's correct. And if we want to bring up my presentation, there's a graphic showing the floodplain and the wetland buffers. And a large percentage of the site is unbuildable. That's correct.
I do think it would be useful for us to understand and have some perspectives from those buildings themselves, from the condominiums to the north, so we can understand exactly what they are seeing and will be seeing.
I'll also add that because of the feedback we heard during our community engagement process, the bulk of the building massing was moved to be in alignment with 13th Street immediately out of view of the condominiums. So where it overlaps with the condominiums view, it's a one-story building. Okay. And that was a priority for us. We also wanted to preserve the multimodal path to the south of our building that is existing. And so we don't want to build over on top of that either.
Okay. Now, can you also summarize for me what the community feedback looked like? It was not summarized in the memo. We were given a link to look at it. One of those links took me to a 366-page document, sure. Which frankly is more punishment than I need to endure.
I hear you.
On this subject. So I'd like to understand what kind of community feedback you got.
Yeah, I can give you a brief overview if you'd like. Okay. So we began community engagement in August of 2018 and have since connected with over 600 community members. And those are events where we actually counted. There were many other events where we didn't actually count. So these contacts and the residents influenced the library's design and plans for future programs and services. Meeting included general community meetings that were open to the public, as well as targeted engagements with communities like Ponderosa, Boulder Meadows, and all of the local HOAs. The comment and input was also generated through a partnership student engagement initiative, as Rachel mentioned, that was spearheaded by Growing Up Boulder. This engagement energized and propelled us through many design changes over the last 2 years and heavily influenced the modifications that we made this spring. So I would say that by and large, every single thing we heard was incredibly positive and optimistic and in favor of everything that you see today, and actually was largely shaped by the feedback that we heard. We have heard from the direct, immediate residents, some of them to the north, that they're concerned. And we've tried as best as we can to be responsive to those concerns. So we understand that and recognize that construction, growth, and change can be difficult, particularly for the adjacent neighbors. So we've been as responsive as we can to those concerns without relocating the building, scrapping the project, or significantly reducing the size of the building, which would not be in the best interest of the greater Boulder community.
I'm not suggesting any of those. I'm simply wanting to understand the nature of the community feedback.
From I would say that at any given point in time, the full level of concerns or complaints that we've heard has not been more than 23 to 26 people total. And those concerns were based in 4 different areas. So increased traffic and inadequate parking is what they felt was a concern. Concerns around loss of privacy and security of private property. Concerns around loss of perceived open space or what they currently use as a community dog park. Concerns about the library potentially attracting unhoused or transient individuals and what they consider as the associated unwanted behavior, loitering, or crime associated with those populations. So we've been incredibly thoughtful and cognizant of each of those concerns and tried to respond to each of them with our design responses. So in response to increased traffic and inadequate parking, many of the traffic studies show that even with the library based in this location, the traffic in this neighborhood would be significantly less than comparable neighborhoods. We've also done studies that show that our parking is expected to be more than adequate for our purposes and our uses. In regards to increased loss of privacy and security, as Sloan had mentioned, we've situated the building such that the north-facing side is very residential in nature, has minimized windows where people could actually look out of them, and it has like a more closed-off wood cladding facade. Most of the views, vantage points, and actual places where a physical individual could look out is toward the south. We've also tried to, as best as we can, to preserve the opportunity for open space. We have plans for a playground in a community park, and we have a great connection to the future planned Violet Park, which is just immediately to the east of this lot. In regards to the concerns around potentially attracting unhoused and transient individuals, the library is welcome and open to all people, regardless of their housing status, but we do plan to patrol behavior. So we will have, planned for full-time security on this site to enforce library rules of conduct and city law and ordinances. And we also will have a fully integrated security system out, including external and internal cameras. And other than that, everybody is welcome at any of our buildings, and we just make sure that their behavior is in alignment with our expectations.
I thought your post today on security issues was very good. I have one last question. Talk to me a little bit about the financing for this project. What's the nature of your construction reserve? And since in my experience, construction budgets only move one way, and that's up. Sure. What happens if you are short of funds? Because we are short of funds.
I hear you. So we have, so every part of this construction budget is secured and allocated or allocated, including a total of $10.5 million. We have made some modifications this spring that bring us well under that amount. And I believe, our contingency, we have both escalated costs planned into our budget as well as a contingency that are standard with any construction project. And Adam, if you're on here, can you clarify what those percentages are for me?
It's a 10%, this is David. It's a 10% contingency and a 3% cost escalation.
That's correct.
All right. All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mark. Adam?
Thanks, Sam. I only had one question, and that is about, I understand when the amount of buildable space changed in the early 2000s. I was wondering when the actual change to the project occurred. So when it went from being a 5,000 square foot project to a 13,000 square foot project.
I'm not aware of the library's plans, but the 5,000 square foot limitation was not specific to a library. It was just a limitation on the property that if a building was constructed there, it was limited to 5,000 square feet. Later, Uptown Broadway. Go ahead,
This is David again, Adam. We never had, there were no previous plans to do a library. We never got to the point where we were planning. There had been SketchUps that had been done in the past of various types of buildings, but we have never been in the planning process, nor was there ever capital funding for the building until this time.
Gotcha. So it has always been a 13,000 square foot library is essentially the answer.
So the SketchUp for the 5,000 square foot library that some of the neighbors have referenced was simply that, a conceptual drawing. And it was included in the North Boulder subcommunity plan simply as a placeholder that showed future residents that a library would be put in that location. But again, it was simply a conceptual drawing. It was never part of the library's plans.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Any more questions? Okay, seeing none, then we can move on to the root question here and the discussion of, do we want to call this up? So who'd like to start us off on that? Aaron?
Yeah, thanks, Sam. And thanks, Antonia and others for those excellent answers. I'm not interested in calling this up. I do think it meets the site review criteria, and I do think it's going to be a phenomenal community asset. There's been hopes for a North Boulder Library branch for decades. Just ask Lisa Morzell how long people have worked on this. And it's going to be a phenomenal asset to the community. There's a huge number of people who live within walking and biking distance here, many of them in affordable housing, many of them in the nearby mobile home parks. So it's going to be great to help bridge the digital divide and other opportunity and achievement gaps in our community. So very excited to see this move forward.
Okay, I see no other hands. I'll make a few comments too then. I think this is a great project for all the reasons that Aaron said and for all the reasons that many people in the community came and testified in favor of it. I'll also say, whenever a building is placed near another building in new construction, it's going to create some change for the neighbors, and that's absolutely true. However, I will also point out that this is a by right building height, right? So it's 35 feet. And so this would be reasonably have been expected perhaps to be that. And I think at the end of the day, when this facility's in, I think it will be a selling point for the neighbors. It is on a great path. I love going up into that area. It's one of the most complicated sites I've ever seen have to be planned for in Boulder because of all the constraints on it. But I think it will really fill in and complete that nice community space. So I'm not interested in calling it up either. And I think the library has done a phenomenal design job here. Bob.
Yeah, I want to agree with Sam and Aaron. This is a fantastically designed program, project. I know there's concerns. There's almost always concerns. I don't mean to diminish them by indicating that, but often when something new happens, folks in the area are initially unhappy. I hope that the folks in the area will become eventually very happy with having a beautiful library in their backyards. As Aaron said, this has been talked about. I've lived in North Boulder for 20 years. It's been talked about as long as I've been here. As a matter of fact, I think the first time I met Mary Young was around 2012 or 2013 when we got together at the coffee shop in North Boulder and talked about the North Boulder Library. So Mary and I have talked about this for a while. I also want to reflect the fact that this is not, while the library is located in North Boulder, this is not North Boulder's library. This is a library for everybody in the community. The funding for this library came primarily from a dedicated tax that was passed by the voters in 2017. I want to remind us that that tax, which was a citywide vote, passed by a margin of 82% to 18%. So the community has wanted this library, regardless of whether they're in North Boulder or other parts of town, for a long, long time, and they've put their money where the mouth is. And I think the staff has done a great job of spending that money very wisely and created a beautiful building that I think we'll all be proud of.
Thank you, Bob. I see no other hands, and I see nobody who's arguing that we should call it up, so maybe we can move on. Thank you, everyone, for the great presentation.
Okay, your next item is the vacation of a utility easement at 1900 Folsom Street.
I don't see any hands up, so probably no interest in calling it up.
Okay. The next item is the site review for 1629 17th Street.
Again, looking for hands, council members. Okay, seeing none, I think we can move on.
All right. Your first public hearing this evening is the second reading of ordinance 8414, annexing the 4.87 acre parcel at 0 Airport Boulevard and a 1.03 acre parcel at 0 Valmont Drive.
And I'll turn this over to Charles and Sloan.
Again, Sloan will be presenting staff's analysis this evening.
Okay. Thanks for that introduction. So as was described, the item for tonight's discussion is a required public hearing and second reading for the ordinance to annex those two parcels generally located at 5600 Airport Boulevard. On July 16th, the Planning Board unanimously voted to recommend to Council approval of the proposed annexation, subject to the recommended conditions of approval, which are provided for in the draft annexation agreement. At the same meeting, the Planning Board approved the companion site review application to construct a approximately 111,000 square foot light industrial building and expand the existing industrial office campus. Council did not call up the site review at the hearing on August 4th, and the site review is considered conditionally approved based on approval of this annexation, which is summarized on the screen. So the total 9.9 acre site is located in East Boulder, southeast of the Boulder Municipal Airport and at the easternmost terminus of Airport Boulevard. The site is bordered by the Lake Center Business Park to the west and the north. The property is located in planning areas 1, 2, and 3 of the comprehensive plan. The site consists of 2 unplatted parcels and 1 platted lot. The northernmost subdivided lot that was annexed to the city in 1990 is within Area 1. This parcel has frontage on and access to Airport Boulevard. The southern parcels under consideration for annexation are under the jurisdiction of Boulder County and are within Areas 2 and 3. The majority of the area to be annexed is designated as light industrial on the land use map of the comprehensive plan, which applies primarily to industrial parks. The southern areas of the site that are proposed to be dedicated to the city are designated as open space other. The parcel currently within the city boundaries and properties to the north and west are zoned industrial manufacturing. To give some context, the overall site features substantial grade changes. The Boulder and left-hand and North Boulder farmers ditches and a paved multi-use path run along the south and east sides of the site, and slopes exist along those ditches. The proposal is not located within any identified wetlands, floodplains, or wildlife corridors. To the north and west, properties have been developed in a business park style of development. And beyond outside city boundaries, the San Lorenzo Mobile Home Park is located directly to the southwest, and open space properties managed by OSMP are located to the south and east. The applicant is proposing annexation by petition. The southern parcels, which total approximately 5.9 acres, are located within planning areas 2 and 3 and are eligible for annexation. The applicant has requested a zoning of industrial general for the portions of those south parcels that would remain in private ownership. Public zoning is proposed for the area of land intended to be dedicated to OSMP, and that is the proposal given that the land would be deeded to the city. Per city policies, proposed annexations with additional development potential must demonstrate community benefit consistent with the comprehensive plan policies. And that is in order to offset the negative impacts of additional development within the community. As part of the community development package, the applicant is proposing to dedicate approximately 1.6 acres to OSMP for open space purposes, do restoration work and install necessary fencing. The ditches and natural vegetation south of the path would remain. They are also proposing the payment of 1.5 times the affordable housing commercial linkage fee, and the approximate value of that payment is shown on the chart on the screen. It also should be noted that as part of the annexation package, a provision has been included to allow floor area to be transferred from the IM portion of the site to the IG portion. And that would be allowed as long as the development is consistent with the approved site review plans. As described in the memo, staff and planning board find that the project is consistent with the goals, objectives, and recommendations of the comprehensive plan, including those specific to annexation. The proposal is consistent with state statutes for annexation, and public and IG zoning is appropriate. As such, staff's recommended motion language is shown on the screen and available for any questions. We also have some open space staff available as well.
So I don't see any hands up for questions. Mary, you and I had talked about one that I would like to clarify, which is how is the land to be deeded to the city and managed by open space? Is that going to be good habitat land? How's it going to be used and managed?
We have Bethany Collins from OSMP in the meeting, and I think she should be able to answer that question.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we can.
So the land that is being deeded to open space is primarily the ditch corridors. So the riparian and habitat areas along the ditches. There is some small amount of vacant land that currently has a structure that's been vacant for a very long time and will be removed and restored. And that area will likely be added to the adjacent agricultural lease area.
Great. And how will this land be accessed? I assume that it will be able to be walked and visited by anyone. How is it going to be managed from that standpoint?
So that area, again, is primarily a leased agricultural area with cattle and hay. There is access via we do have access via the road that enters from San Lazaro Mobile Home Park. So all of the land that is being conveyed is either between the two ditches or south of the ditch, south of the southernmost ditch. So as far as accessibility, it will be added to that complex that is basically south of the two ditches.
And so if it's managed as ag land, it's generally not publicly accessible then, right?
It is open. It is open to the public, and again, it can be accessed. I believe people who do access that field or that vacant land do so from 61st Street. There's that gate over on 61st Street that people primarily tend to enter and follow the road, the informal 2-track road that's at the kind of the southern end of that field. But it will eventually be added to the area and fenced accordingly to be open to the public.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mary?
Yeah, thank you for that, Bethany. And I did have a conversation this afternoon with Dan Burke, and I just wanted to clarify the management of the 1.6 acres that is going to be deeded to the city. Just to confirm, does not require any ongoing maintenance. In other words, what I'm trying to get at is that this is actually a net benefit to net community benefit rather than a net operating expense for the city.
It is. It's an area that, from a preservation protection standpoint along the, again, there's a priority to protect the open ditch corridors and the riparian areas that go along those. They don't, typically that's done in collaboration or cooperation with ditch companies as well. So there's kind of a shared responsibility along those corridors for maintenance. And then again, the area that's vacant land will be added and will be part of the lease area for the agricultural tenant. So as far as the, resources required or budget required would be minimal to open space.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, when this gets, upon approval of annexation, does this this 1.6 acres remain in Area 3?
Sloan, can you bring up that map, the annexation map, if you have it? It becomes Area 3 annexed.
Okay, and therefore it needs to be zoned, and and the only zoning option is public, as I understand it.
Yes, for that area, for these types of areas where open space, where the city owns them, they don't have development or residential kind of, or they don't have applicable residential or commercial type zoning, and so they would typically be zoned public. Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Mark.
Just one question. The remaining 22.4 acres that apparently neither the developer nor open space desires, is there any sense of what happens with respect to that?
Which 22 acres are you speaking of?
Or wasn't the original proposal that we were going to be deeded 24 acres and open space didn't want it? And so it's down to 1.5, and that 22 and change.
So the
developer didn't want it. We didn't want it. What happens to it actually?
The applicant originally proposed that as part of an overall community benefit package. It was brought to our board because of the type of land, because it's there's a pond, it was heavily damaged in the flood, in the 2013 flood. The open space board wanted basically planning board and council to consider if the city was to accept that it would also require a substantial contribution from the applicant for restoration. And the applicant decided to withdraw that proposal, that additional acreage, because of the unknown of what that ask might be, and instead proposed the commercial linkage fee as part of their the affordable housing commercial linkage fee instead of the open space land as part of their community benefit package.
Is that land developable in the future?
It is not. It has it was long ago restricted and encumbered by a conservation easement to the city.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, I see no more hands up, no more questions. We do have a few people signed up for the public hearing. Do we need to hear from the applicant first?
They are available. I think the plan was just to introduce themselves and say they're available for questions, but not to do a formal presentation.
Okay, very good. We'll take them up on that maybe later. Let's hear the public hearing. So we have two people signed up, Lynn Siegel and Mark Gelband. So Lynn, you're up.
No comment.
Okay, very good. Mark Gelband. Ryan or Sarah, do you see Mark in the audience?
This is Ryan. It doesn't look like Mark is present this evening.
Okay, good enough. With that, we'll close public comment, bring it back. Who wants to kick us off on make a motion or start discussion? Don't everybody raise your hand at once. Okay, I'm seeing no hands. I'll make a comment or two. I'm happy about the public benefit of this annexation. I think $3 million for affordable housing right now is something that we very much would find a good use for. And so I think that part of the annexation question, does it provide the public benefit? I think the answer is very much so. I think the land that's being deeded to the city is interesting, but it is way less substantial than was originally envisioned for sure. But if it's under conservation easement in any case, that's fine. So I think this is good enough, and I'd ask for a motion unless somebody else wants to comment. Bob?
If staff would put the proposed motion up on the screen, I'll read it and make it.
Perfect.
Bob, I'm pulling it up for you here now.
Thank you. So I move to adopt ordinance 8414 annexing, oops, disappeared.
Yeah, it did.
Undo whatever you did. Slide 12. Oh, there you go. I move to adopt ordinance 8414 annexing to the city of Boulder approximately 5.89 acres of land generally located south of 5600 Airport Boulevard with initial zoning designation of industrial general on the northern portion and public on the southern portion.
Second.
Very good. I'll give Mary that second. She was a little faster than Mark. And Bob, would you like to? Bob, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, Sam, you said it very well. I have nothing to add.
Mark?
Nope, no further comment.
Okay. Let me look here. I think this is a roll call vote. Is that right? Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Joseph.
Yes.
Sweatlick.
Yes.
Wallach.
Yes.
Weaver.
Aye.
Yates.
Aye.
Young.
Yes.
Brockett.
Aye.
Friend.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Awesome. On to the next thing.
Okay, the next item is the second reading of the 3 ordinances related to the e-scooters. Ordinance 8422, 8423, and 8424.
And Sam, as we get started with this, I would like to introduce to you Erica Vandenbrand. Erica, can you be here and turn on your screen? I'm not seeing you.
Working on it.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
Thanks, Erica. So council members, this is Erica Vandenbrand, and Erica is our new Transportation and Mobility Director. She joined us a little over a week ago. So she is new to the city, but has a very extensive background in many different areas of local government. We're really happy to have her. So now I'm going to turn it over to Erica and her team to make this presentation. Erica?
Thank you very much. It's nice to meet all of you. And with that, I will turn it over to DK.
Well, thank you very much. Let me just pull up my presentation here, or it looks like someone's done it for me. I think that's great. Okay. I'm also going to turn off my camera just in case I have any bandwidth issues tonight, so I can keep going here. So 1 second. Okay, great. You see the screen. Well, good evening. My name is David Kemp, and I'm a senior transportation planner with me tonight are my colleagues in the Transportation and Mobility Department, including our new Deputy Director, Natalie Stifler, and also our new Director, Erica Vandenbrand, who we just met. And also with us tonight is Tila Duhami, and she is the chairperson of the Transportation Advisory Board, who will be sharing TAB's perspective on this matter later on. And I'll be sharing TAB's presentation with you this evening, but first I'd like to provide a brief introduction on this topic. Tonight's discussion is about authorizing the city or not to issue a business license to a company that rents electric powered scooters to community members for short trips. This is one of the steps staff is taking to work through multiple policy items regarding the development of a shared micromobility program for the city of Boulder. And it's a complex topic. And within our community, there are many different viewpoints on this item, coming from many individual community members and also multiple organizations. Okay, next slide. Great. Well, here's a brief review of the steps we've taken this year and some of the milestones along the way that bring us here tonight to discuss the ordinance options regarding the shared use of e-scooters in Boulder. At the January 28th study session and citing safety and environmental sustainability concerns, Council asked staff to hold off on adding e-scooters to the shared micromobility program for 6 months and to move forward with shared dockless e-bikes. Around that same time, CU Boulder also announced that they would not allow shared e-scooters on CU's campus. And checking with them recently, they still maintain that position today. And then on April 7th, Council asked staff to prepare an ordinance to extend the current moratorium to October 21st, and that expiration is looming. And so that's one of the reasons why we're here tonight as well. And then as part of this overall shared micromobility program, on July 7th, Council adopted the dockless bike share licensing program ordinance. Okay, next slide. And before we get into the main body of the presentation, I just want to make sure that everyone is familiar with the types of e-scooters that we are discussing tonight. On the left is a seated e-scooter, and on the right is a typical standing e-scooter. And next slide, please. Okay, so before you are the ordinance options for council consideration. In a nutshell, they include option number 1, to allow seated e-scooters and to prohibit standing e-scooters. Option number 2 is to allow all types of shared e-scooter devices. And option number 3 is to prohibit shared e-scooters altogether. It's important to note that staff's recommendation, which is option number 1, is a collaborative staff recommendation that includes input from several city departments, including the Boulder Police Department, Parks and Recreation, Community Vitality, the city's attorney's office, and also the city manager's office. Through our recommendation, staff is trying to find middle ground on the shared e-scooter option. Staff is comfortable recommending an ordinance that allows seated e-scooters while also continuing to meet the city's Vision Zero goals. We stand by our initial safety and sustainability analysis regarding standing e-scooters as part of the January 28th study session, and we'll touch briefly on those concerns in the next few slides. Next slide. Thank you. And so when taking a close look at the standing e-scooters, they do account for a significant number of multimodal trips, particularly in the larger markets, as listed before you here. However, the safety of these vehicles still remains questionable, as you can see from the statistics before you. The greatest concern is a number of known fatalities that have occurred since 2018 when compared with bike share fatalities. There's a stark contrast. And today, city e-scooters are operating in about 8 different markets, including Austin, Houston, Dallas, and a few other select cities. Next slide. And then for seated e-scooters, the data is not as robust as it is for standing e-scooters. It's a relatively newer technology. But the data that we do have from the companies, including an independent study from that was commissioned by the company Wheel, suggests that seated e-scooters are safer than standing e-scooters, and in some cases even safer than bikes. To date, there are no known fatalities involving these devices, and the companies claim the lifespan of these devices is 2 years or longer. I meant to mention earlier, sorry about that, that the seated e-scooters are operating in the 2 or 3 cities that I mentioned previously. The standing e-scooters are in several cities throughout the US. Okay, next slide. And so let's dig a little bit deeper on the seated e-scooter and why we think this is a safer alternative to the standing e-scooter. Primarily, it's the lower center of gravity that the seat or adjustable seat, the fixed or adjustable seat offers, and also the ability to put 2 feet on the ground when stopped or if necessary to navigate the device. They all come with front and rear brakes, disc brakes or drum brakes, and they're equipped with suitable front and rear lights. And then another important characteristic of these are the larger wheel diameter on these devices, which is better for negotiating variable terrain. In addition to that is the higher ground clearance. In the event they do hit a pothole or whatnot, they're not as likely to bottom out. And due to the fabrication of these devices, the construction, the materials, and we've tested these things out firsthand with TAB, we anticipate that there is a longer lifespan with these devices over the standing e-scooters. Okay, next slide. And so our meeting last night with TAB was really helpful in going through a number of the issues that they were concerned with regarding e-scooters. And one of the things that came up was what was happening in different cities, particularly Denver and Fort Collins, and probably more Fort Collins. And so staff has been following activity in Denver, and they've recently issued an RFP and selected 2 operators to provide e-bike and e-scooter share, and those companies are Lime and Lyft. Recently, Lime acquired Uber's Jump e-bikes, and so both companies are now offering e-bikes and e-scooters in Denver. And today, I also contacted a transportation planner from Fort Collins and learned a little bit more about the status of their shared micromobility program. They seem to be in a similar situation as Boulder right now. Recently, their bike share provider pulled out of Fort Collins market, citing financial concerns. And speculatively, this could be due to the competing operators in a smaller market and the ability to maintain a profitable business. That is, they had a separate operator for bikes and another operator for e-scooters. The other factor is likely due to COVID-19 and drop in overall ridership. Fort Collins also conducted an e-scooter pilot program, which was initiated in October 2019. In March, the provider pulled their e-scooter from the streets due to COVID-19, and the loss of their most frequent users being college students was probably one of the reasons that they pulled, as well as making sure we didn't transmit any sort of disease. So according to Fort Collins, e-scooter users are comprised mainly of college students, with an estimate of 70% of those trips being taken on CU's campus, and the remaining 30% of those trips being taking place within the city. In August, their e-scooter operator started operations back up, and there are approximately 100 e-scooters currently deployed. The pilot program was extended through December 2019, and similar to Boulder, this is where the similarity comes into play, they are also issuing an RFP to select 1, maybe 2 operators to offer both e-scooters and e-bikes to the Fort Collins community members. Okay, next slide. So I'd like to reiterate why the timing of tonight's topic is important. First, we are on the cusp of a looming expiration of the existing moratorium, but more importantly, we are trying to gauge council's interest to include e-scooters of any type into the city's overall shared micromobility program. As you can see before you, there are remaining policy items that we'll be working with TAB and council on in the coming months, and we anticipate initiating a new or refined shared micromobility program in the second quarter of 2021. And it's important to note that if e-scooters are allowed, then we would fold both e-bikes and e-scooters into the universal shared micromobility program for the community. Okay, next slide. And so last night we had a good meeting with TAB, and here tonight with me, as I mentioned, is Tila, who will speak to TAB's recommendation, who supported option number 2, which is all scooters with a 4-to-1 vote. Satya, would you like to speak on TAB's behalf?
Sure. Thank you, DK. Thanks, Council, for accommodating us this evening. We did have a public hearing last night. It's important to note that as well. It's part of TAB's role. And the testimony that we got at the public hearing, as well as emails ahead of time, aligned with TAB's ultimate recommendation for option 2. The vote was 4-1 to license e-scooters of all kinds. So not supporting staff's recommendation. Mark, I can see you responding. We'll get to the safety issues. The overarching logic for TAB was in service to our greater TMP, micromobility, and sustainability goals. Specifically our mode share goals and our objectives to increase the amount of options that the public has other than single occupancy use vehicles. We need to shift away from SOVs, and including as many options as we can is key to getting people to think of a different way of getting around. So offering more and not fewer options for mobility was key to luring people out of their cars. TAB agreed we needed a broader array of ways for people to get around. And particularly in light of COVID, the current restrictions on how many people can ride bus and how many people are interested in using transit make it all the more important for us to expand the menu of options that people have to get around. TAB was really concerned about over-regulation and excluding any of these options, suppressing progress towards our larger TMP goals. We have doubled down on our event horizon and when we want to reach these goals, and we can't do it by excluding certain options. Now, I know that the safety concerns have been an issue, and I think that they need context, and we spent a good deal of time last night talking about those. It is surprising to me that given how rapidly the scooter industry has advanced, the technology has advanced, the data has been collected, experience of other cities using these both as a rideshare mode and also privately operated, that staff is still relying largely on the information that they gave you in January. I will note that they did update in the memo some more information and included a link to a Government Highway Safety Administration memorandum that came out recently. They also referenced a NACTO, National Association of City and Transportation Officials, document that were both very timely, came out this summer about the expansion of e-scooters and their impact on just the micromobility landscape across the country. And to quote from the GHSA one, according to the International Transport Forum, e-scooter riders do not face significantly higher risk of road traffic death or injury than cyclists, and roads would be, quote, safer if e-scooter and bicycle trips replace car travel or motorcycle travel. That's kind of where we came out. The safety concerns should be in context not about scooters versus bikes, but in light of the overwhelming evidence that we see that e-scooter trips and micromobility trips are displacing motor vehicle trips. The motor vehicle is the most dangerous vehicle out there on the road. We are used to it. We are inured to the damage that they are causing on public health, but it's a public health emergency all in its own right. And we need to consider the safety data that you saw in January in terms of the inexperience of people using the e-scooters. They are new gadgets, and the explosion in use made it look like a really emerging public health crisis. But if they are displacing automobile uses and trips, that is something as a whole, we as a city have agreed that we want to be supporting. That's the larger policy goal, and that's TAB's job, is to bring in line what the larger policy goals are and how we can best meet those. A number of the scooter user deaths that were cited and were so alarming in January were a result of collisions with motor vehicles. According to the same GHSA report that staff linked to, 19 out of 22 of those deaths, 22 deaths as of the time of that report, 19 of them involved a motor vehicle. And so it is not that these things are inherently unsafe and that we need to ban them. But as one member said, TAB member said last night, we should focus on how to improve the safe use of these things rather than focusing on what is being used. And it is also important to note that our infrastructure matters. And Boulder is in a better position than a lot of cities because we have a beautiful off-street network, right? Our multi-use path network. We are building better and more protected bike lanes, more visible bike lane infrastructure. And if we guide e-scooter users onto that infrastructure, the data from other cities with similar good infrastructure is that these things are not as dangerous as in cities that have worse road networks and more dangerous roadways. They are hopefully going to support an overall ecosystem of multiple users outside of their vehicles that we need to accommodate as a city and as a community on our streets. Today, one of our TAB members alerted our new director. It copied me on an email that said, in his opinion, and he works on sustainability and transportation issues for Rocky Mountain Institute. He looked at the data from January. He took a second look after our meeting last night at some of the emerging data and informed Erica that, in his opinion, the January data that staff has been relying on is, quote, at best out of date and at worst potentially erroneous. He implored us not to rely on that data to set policy, but to look as much new and emerging data as we can. It's a swift moving target. You're going to hear, I suspect, from Arthur Ortegon tonight during the public hearing. And a lot of the data that he has cited in emails to council and to TAB are pretty persuasive. Generally shooting you straight on those numbers. The design and durability for these new gadgets is rapidly improving. They have been vetted by independent agencies. Mark doesn't believe me. It's okay, Mark. But it's constantly improving. And the response is not to ban these things, because another element here that we discussed at the TAB meeting last night was that leaving standing e-scooters out of the city's micromobility mix is not going to keep them off our roads. These things, the price point is coming down. They are wildly popular. There will be private ownership of these vehicles, and they're coming to our roadways, whether we ignore it or not. They are cheaper than e-bikes, and they will be part of our transportation mix for the foreseeable future. TAB thinks you can best serve Boulder's residents by preparing for that future, figuring out how to regulate safe use instead of ignoring it entirely.
Sam, you're on mute.
Got to happen once a night, right? Anything more from staff, DK?
No, nothing at this point.
Okay, so that wraps up the presentation and the TAB input. Okay, do we have questions, folks? I expect we will. I'm trying to get up the, yeah, Adam and then Mary.
Thank you, DK, for the presentation, and welcome, Erica, and thank you, Tila, for the insight from TAB. I did have a follow-up question. Did TAB have any input about just the life cycle of these devices? And do we actually have sort of a, I don't know if I saw it from staff or not, a firm length of life cycle for batteries, and especially for the sit-down models?
Right. I think there was no dispute that the sit-down e-scooters do seem to be more durably made. They're also much newer products. And so to say that they are better than the standing e-scooters is to compare these newer products to the ones that we were looking at in January for standing e-scooters. We have seen some evidence from Bird that they've had a third-party verification that their current models of standing e-scooters are expected to last over 2 years. Another point that Arthur Ortegon pointed me to said that the same verifier noted that after 5 months, 80% of their fleet was still operational, which isn't really telling me it's a 2-year lifespan. But the average age is expected to be over 18 months for the standing e-scooters that they have out. And he said that they have launched very recently an updated model that is expected to last over 2 years. But since these things really only began in use in 2018, how long they last is kind of an open question. If the ones that are being made today will last longer, the moves, with all technology are for more durability, more, length of life. And again, if we're weighing this against the environmental and health costs of motor vehicles, which I think we ought to be considering, that's a relevant consideration.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Mary?
DK, did you have anything to add, especially about the sit-down models?
Yeah, right now, the companies that we have coordinated with, the 3 companies that provide that model, say that in some, actually, there is one of the companies has had their model last longer than 2 years. And so they're all claiming that it's 2 years or longer for those devices.
Okay, Mary and then Aaron. Mary?
So thank you, Tila, for that presentation, and welcome, Erica. And thanks, DK, as well. My first question is if you could just summarize the minority view, because it was 4-1 vote last night, correct? So if you could summarize the minority view, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. The minority view basically said, we've been spending a lot of staff's time and effort on thinking about the nitty-gritties of these emerging technologies, and it just changes, the landscape keeps changing, and it keeps changing the direction, and it would be much better if council would just tell staff what they want. If you don't want scooters, just tell staff, stop bothering with scooters. He wanted to emphasize bikes. He likes bikes better, thinks they're more useful, you use them for longer trips. And so, although he did not propose his own motion, he said he would have supported option 3, which was ban scooters entirely, so that we could focus staff's efforts on just expanding e-bikes, dockless e-bikes, docked e-bikes, but to pursue bikes as an option and just stop messing around with scooters because it's so changing all the time. And we're just trying to regulate one little thing at a time. It was just a waste of time, in his opinion.
Thank you.
There was zero appetite for staff's proposal.
Thank you. And then my other question is, did staff have a conversation about having a pilot in a limited area? I know in January we had council talked about having perhaps a pilot out in East Boulder. So did that come up at TAB last night?
So we've discussed that. That was an idea that surfaced around the first time that we discussed allowing e-scooters to do a pilot, a demonstration in a particular designated area, and that was East Boulder. And it was to accommodate a lot of the commuting workforce, the 18,000 folks or so that were coming into Boulder every day. Since COVID, a lot of the commuting behavior has changed, and so there's not as many folks working in those business parks anymore. And we thought, if we were going to do, if we're going to allow e-scooters of any sort, then it's important, I think, that we allow them for all community members and not just one sector of the population. And I think to really give it a fair shot and to see it through, we would have to consider, other areas outside of just a closed designated area to see how it really works. And so we dropped the pilot program concept in a designated area because we didn't think it was giving it a fair shot if we just limited it to one specific zone. And again, making sure that it's inclusive for all community members to give it a shot.
Thanks, DK. And then finally, you mentioned that CU stands by their initial position. And why do they not want to incorporate them on campus?
Safety is one reason. And also their paths on campus right now are pretty congested. There's a lot of folks that in between classes are, riding skateboards and walking. And so I think they feel like this is, and I don't want to speak for them entirely, but they feel like this is sort of adding on to the existing issues that exist on campus today. These scooters can go up to 20 miles per hour. And so I think they're worried about scooter, bike, ped conflicts, and then also the, just the congestion issue of all the people that are on campus already.
Okay. And so if the city were to allow them, as you just described, to make them accessible to everyone within the city, what would keep someone from grabbing a scooter downtown, say, for example, and then riding it up on campus?
Right. So, is technology that allows to what's called geofencing. It's a GPS enabled program that can keep these devices, shared devices anyway, out of a particular area of land. And so it's possible to draw a ring around the CU campus. And so then if a person riding an e-scooter went from downtown up to the hill and crossed into CU's campus, then the e-scooter would lose power. It would still be able to be operated, with human power, and it could be left on campus as well. However, there would be no power administered to the device itself. And I know that a lot of the companies are looking at incentives about and education about where these things can be parked and where they can be ridden. And so I'd say that's probably one benefit from the e-scooter company, that they're working on instructing their users on how to operate these devices. But there is the risk that the device can still be taken on the CU campus if CU still continues to not allow them on campus.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Aaron?
Yeah, thanks, staff, for the presentation. And Teal, I appreciate you showing up and giving that articulate representation of TAB's discussion. So I just one question for staff. You mentioned that Fort Collins is in a pretty similar space to us. And of course, they're a similar size city, also university town nearby. So you said they're putting out an RFP right now. And does that include both bikes and all types of e-scooters, or are they putting limitations on that RFP? What's that looking like for them?
Yes, the planner I spoke with today, they're planning on releasing an RFP in the fourth quarter of 2020. And they are considering e-scooters. They're doing their pilot now, and then we'll evaluate it. But they're pretty certain about moving forward with the bikes. So it's possible that the scooters could be a part of that RFP or not. That's the decision they haven't made yet.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I see no other hands, so we can go to the public hearing. We have 4 people signed up. Mark Gelband, Lynn Siegel, Lisa White, and Andrea Menadel. So we'll start with Mark.
Mark is not present in the meeting.
Got it. Lynn?
This is great. Tila, I didn't even pick up on the central idea of the virus, and now people not, like, driving in cars is more dangerous. Doesn't matter who is in your car, anyone's in the car, the ventilation is contained in the car. We need to displace the tiger eater cars. Definitely, this is cool. And I say, keep your options open. This is just like Excel Energy. We need to keep our options open in Boulder and vote against 2C or whatever it's called. Bigger is not better. It's the virus has taught us all this. It's interesting that Lyft's even taking this over. I do see the value of a cargo like a pannier on my bike, but a cargo thing on some of the e-bike, the e-scooters. And I think that my sense is that the danger would be when someone has got gear with them and they're on one of these things, that they're going to get off balance. So I think the cargo package on there would improve the safety aspects of the thing. I remember considering this in the East Boulder business parks, but then like what the guy said today, yeah. And I can't believe I was at a meeting the other day on the Flatirons, some new big office park there. What for? Nobody goes to the office anymore. Why are they producing these things? So we don't even have a discussion. It's like a distraction. It's like Trump saying the it's not climate change in California, it's the mismanagement of the forest. Well, the distraction there is, why didn't he manage the friggin' forests? It's distractions. Let's see. Limited area, East Boulder. I was thinking of that first, that we could do that. But it's like there's no question about this. Tila made a fabulous, fabulous argument for this. She should have been a lawyer. She had the case closed completely. Perfect. We need to displace cars, especially because of the virus. People shouldn't be in cars. They shouldn't be in contained spaces, especially in the winter. And we're going to just take over Boulder with these things. And yes, and they shouldn't be on the CU campus. But you know, the campus is there's a lot less students on the campus now. So it's a little less of a problem up there. But if they can get depowered, so what if someone can walk them around the campus? There is absolutely no reason that this thing shouldn't go through. Keep your options open, vote against 2C.
Thank you, Lynn. Next, Lisa White, and then Andrea Manigail. Lisa?
With the country on fire, we can't ignore the climate crisis. An important aspect of that is the impact from motor vehicles. For folks to be able to choose more sustainable modes, the city must provide options that work for different residents and workers with varying needs. For that reason, I support TAB's recommendation to go with option 2 to allow all types of standing and seated e-scooters. I appreciate Council's concern for safety and sustainability, and I would love to see that same logic and decision-making applied to the status quo and weigh the impacts of e-scooters against that. In the US, 90,000 deaths are caused by road crashes and car pollution every year. 90,000. That's about the equivalent of losing the population of Longmont every year. And of course, the climate impact of manufacturing, emissions, and disposal of cars is undeniable. Yes, even for electric vehicles. And so while I support option 2, I'm afraid that council will push for some sort of, quote, compromise that involves a substantial amount of restrictions and micromanaging. I fear this would waste staff time and result in little actual impact due to the restrictions. So if option 2 is a no-go for council, then personally, I would prefer option 3 over allowing them with substantial restrictions. This would allow staff to spend their limited time on more impactful projects. Like what? Well, in order to move the needle, we don't really need fancy new technology, especially in the presence of budget cuts. We need political will to get creative, to show vision when residents fear change, and to use the space we already have in a more efficient, equitable, and sustainable manner. Boulder's walking and biking infrastructure is way better than many American cities, but sadly, that's not saying much. The default design is for cars, not for people. And so council needs to have the political will to improve micromobility route safety, acknowledging that this might inconvenience some folks temporarily in order to save lives and reach its goals. It's already been a year since council adopted the 2019 TMP with visionary objectives around environmental impact, safety, and air quality. But a plan by itself is meaningless. The 2014 TMP also called out the importance of a low-stress bike network, and I've seen almost no projects successfully implemented toward that goal. I'd also love to see council and transportation staff put energy into bike share as a public service, particularly with expansion into e-bikes. And so with the power that you hold as elected officials, you have the ability to either keep the harm of the status quo or to help progress to make our city better and more sustainable. So in summary, I support council allowing all types of scooters, both standing and seated, but I especially ask that you not go with a very restrictive option that will delay progress and waste time. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next, Andrea Manigail.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. This is Andrea Manigail representing the Boulder Chamber, 2440 Pearl Street. And as many of you know, improving workforce mobility and expanding transportation choices in this community is a key priority of the Boulder Chambers. Over the years, we've engaged in collaborative efforts with the university.
Andrea, if you can hear me, we've lost you. Andrea, we still see you in the meeting.
Workforce commutes. But what we've known in Boulder is that we need to continue to meet the challenges head on through innovative solutions and by providing a variety of ways that citizens, students, and workers can make their trips, not only to reduce congestion on our roads, but also to reduce the transportation expenses they incur. As we look across the landscape, We're seeing regional transit agencies struggle. We're seeing our transportation budgets tighten. These conditions make it imperative we develop more solutions to address our mobility.
Andrea, we lost your audio again.
Towards achieving the micromobility goals outlined in Boulder's Transportation Master Plan. New forms of micromobility, if planned and managed appropriately, can be a valuable tool for addressing first and final mile challenges. New models are available today that have longer lifespans, better safety and stability, as you've heard. While we encourage
Andrea, we've lost your audio again, but you seem to come back after a few moments.
multimodal future. Our goal always has been to fully explore all possible opportunities to improve mobility for Boulder's workforce and residents. And as always, the Boulder Chamber will continue to be a dedicated partner for supporting transportation solutions that address our needs, especially during this unique and challenging time. Thank you very much. And just wanted to mention also, I got a message from Arthur Ortigan at Bird, who was mentioned a couple times tonight, saying that he's available to council, but did not make the public comment cutoff tonight. So with that, thank you for your time, and look forward to your decision.
Thank you, Andrea. With that, we will close public comment and bring it back to council. Who would like to start us off here? Mark. Mark, you're on mute. It was your turn tonight.
Gotta happen every once in a while. First, I wanted to welcome Erica and thank staff for their presentation and Tila for hers. And I want to correct one misapprehension that Tila has, which is I am not unalterably opposed to these devices. What I am opposed to are devices that do not have a proven record of safety and sustainability. I would like us to be a leader in micromobility transportation, but not in landfill creation, which is what happens with respect to the current standing e-scooters. The statistics that we had and have not had any contradiction show that they were lasting about 28 days. To me, this is as unsustainable as it gets. With respect to the seated e-scooters, my problem is that we have, again, no real data. I put out a hotline post on this. Neither the staff memorandum nor David Kemp's kind response to that hotline post really answered the question of where is the data that shows increased safety from the seated scooters, other than coming from the companies themselves. And you know, that to me is not a reliable source of safety information. And with respect to their sustainability, the idea that they are designed for 2 years is not really that much of an achievement if you think about the lifespan for a bike or an e-bike. And again, the projection that they will last 2 years is only coming at this point from the companies. And to me, that's a little bit like accepting mileage claims on cars. You do so at your own peril. So I think we are not in a position yet to make substantial changes to this, which is why I proposed that we continue the moratorium, but give staff the leeway to get us better information and try to create a form of experiment that would be, that would let us see what these things are like and what kind of impact they have on our transportation patterns. So that's my view on it. I don't, you know, the last time we did this, Adam said the proposal was not ready for prime time. I don't think we've entered prime time yet. And that's simply my view of it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Aaron, and then, sorry, Rachel, then Aaron. Rachel?
Thanks. Welcome also to Erica, and thanks to DK and Tila. I found Tila's presentation really compelling. Want to let Lynn know Tila is indeed an attorney, and a great one. So I think that I won't reiterate all of her points, but she's correct that the world is on fire, that COVID changes some of our perspectives and how we want people to get around and not to be in shared transportation with each other. So all the extra tools should come out of the toolbox now. And I think it is worth bearing in mind that the comparator is critical. So the automobile really is worse than everything else. And all the other options, everything else that's on the table is going to be an improvement from that. So I like, I think it's version 2 and just moving forward, taking this off of staff's, back and forth list and just making a decision and going for it and getting the data. We will, I think, get a lot of data when we roll this out. So I'd say we do it, and I will go on with Tab and Tila's recommendation. Thanks.
Thank you, Rachel. Aaron?
Yeah, I'll agree with Rachel, and particularly that I thought Tila did a really great job of passing along Tab's recommendations in a very articulate manner. So I'll basically just ditto what she said and just highlight 2 additional points. One is that transit is going through tough times right now. RTD's budgets are going down. People are reluctant to ride transit during the COVID crisis, and services are being cut. So we need some additional help with non-automotive ways of getting around town. And so I think having e-scooters in our toolkit would be very valuable from that perspective. And the other thing is just on the safety front that it's the cars primarily that are dangerous. And I was going to call out that quote, and Tila beat me to it, from the State Highway report about if people switched from car trips to e-scooter trips, then we'd be substantially safer overall. So I'll leave it there. I support going with option 2.
Great. I see no more hands up, so I'll jump in here a little bit. So I think that welcome, Erica. Let me start there, and thank you, Tila, as well, and DK. This is a complex subject, and we have to be careful about oversimplifying it. So we've talked about safety, talked about longevity. One thing we haven't spent so much time on is the litter problem. I know that the scooter companies are working real hard on trying to get them parked in corrals and have things better organized, but we have to be real careful about that. And I think that's why we go with the RFP. Some other ones that I don't think we've talked about as much, Mary asked the question about CU. And if we looked at CSU in Fort Collins, about 70% of their trips were from college students. So I think and I do, DK, agree with you, the CU campus during class changes is really no good place for e-scooters because there's a lot of people moving around, most of them pedestrians, but they do have dismount zones there. But some of the information we had from January that I'd love to see updated is when these rides are taken, because if we're trying to displace the automobile, a lot of auto trips are made commuting and shopping and things of that nature. Well, the January information showed us that the bulk of the trips in the cities they were deployed in happened between Friday evening and Sunday midday. And so that doesn't necessarily mean that that ride displaced a car trip. Another thing that we had learned about stand-up rental e-scooters is that they were displacing walking trips. And so I'd be real curious about the validity of the studies, but a huge question mark here is CU. If they will ban these from campus, is that going to, negatively impact the value of getting people out of cars? The other thing, I certainly agreed with Tila that these things are coming. Riding a bike on the path these days or walking, you'll see all manner of one wheels and skateboards and e-scooters. But people treat things a lot differently when they're owned than when they're rented. And so it seems to me like it needs to be some kind of docked facility, because when the things aren't docked, they end up scattered all over the place. And so our B-cycle experience has been pretty good. It seems to me that having to turn it back into the dock makes all the difference in how those things get treated as far as not being abandoned all over the place, which leads to waste, right? And then two other things that I think we're going to talk about, one of them in October, which is how do we regulate these things on our pathways? And I know that there's been a lot of thought put into that. But we do hear from pedestrians who find these things to be off-putting and frightening. So very much as the e-scooters and car interactions are bad for the e-scooters, I think it could be bad for pedestrians, the interaction between the scooters and the ped. And then the last thing I'll point out is these won't be a silver bullet. In winter weather, you ride your bike or you're in a car, but I put my motorcycle away for the winter, and anything with really small wheels in the winter is not going to do very well. And if they're small, hard wheels, it's not going to work out very well in the winter. So I'm supportive of any of these options, to be quite honest. And I don't want to, I think Lisa White's point about not putting too many burdensome regulations on these is important, because otherwise we wouldn't get as good a data. So I'll hear where the rest of you land, but I'm supportive of going ahead with either option 1 or option 2. If a majority wants option 3, that's fine, but I could support 1 or 2. Bob?
I'm going to be with Mark on option 3. I think this is not ready for prime time. You know, as a person who actually rides a moped all year round, I can tell you it can be pretty scary on Boulder streets. I've got 11,000 kilometers on my moped. These things are really just effectively electric mopeds is really what they are. And I've had any number of close calls. This is for a person who rides, you know, scores and scores of hours per year, always with a helmet. And I think when we looked at the data on stand-up scooters earlier this year, we saw that a significant number of them were people, of the injuries and fatalities were people who were first-time riders, or people, as Sam pointed out, a lot of the usage is between Friday night and Sunday morning, intoxicated riders. So I shudder to think of dozens or hundreds of people zipping around on mopeds for the first time, some of them without helmets, often many of them inexperienced. I would prefer, I know that Boulder always considers itself cutting edge and we want to be the first. It sounds like there's only 2 or 3 cities that have tried this so far, and they've only had them for a few months, so we just don't have any data here. And while I'm happy to have Boulder be the first on a number of experiments, I'm not sure I want to have Boulder be the first in experimenting with the lives of our community members. And some of the injuries and fatalities have not been limited to the riders, but have actually impacted innocent bystanders, innocent pedestrians, and innocent bicyclists. So just as observations were made this evening that cars are often the cause of pedestrian or scooter or bicycle fatalities, oftentimes these scooters, which are heavy themselves and go pretty fast, can be the cause of pedestrian and cyclist injuries and fatalities as well. So until they're, and then on top of all that, we're right in the middle of a pandemic, and I'm not sure how much ridership we're going to get. As has been observed, 70% of the riders in some cities are students. Our own university is going to ban them. So that leaves the 30%, many of whom are now working from home and may work from home for quite a while, even after the pandemic ends. So I'm just not sure. I think, you know, in the middle of this pandemic, where we have limited resources, where we're laying off staff, we can't honor our commitments to the community in their entirety in transportation and parks and so many other areas. I just don't know why in the middle of this pandemic, we think this is a good idea to experiment with the lives of people in our community. So I would like to park this for at least a year, see what other cities do, what experiences. Maybe these are wonderful. Maybe they last longer than a year or two. Maybe there's no fatalities. Maybe these are great micromobility systems. But I don't think that we need to be at the tip of the sword here. So I'm going to join Mark in continuing the moratorium on both stand-up scooters and sit-down scooters.
Okay, Adam?
So for me, there's some critical inputs that are missing that I think are needed to make a decision. And what I haven't heard so far is exactly how much carbon, quote unquote, goes into creating any of these scooters, how long their life cycle will actually be, and how many trips they will actually replace in that lifetime. And without those, I can't say that we're actually solving anything climate-wise. Because to me, without those answers, it's very much like the plastic bag argument versus the toteable bag. Yes, bringing a toteable bag is a great idea if you use it some hundreds of trips. And to me, we just don't have those answers. And that's, I like the idea of replacing car trips. Show me how it's replacing car trips and I will believe you. But so far, I just haven't seen that. So to me, that's a critical question that he needs answering. And I still haven't seen that answered over the last 6 months.
Okay, thank you, Adam. So the way I'm looking at it right now is we've got a split going on. Maybe it would be time to take a straw poll and raise our hands. So just go down 1, 2, and 3. Oh, Mary, your hand's up. I'm sorry, missed that.
That's because I just raised it. I've been sitting here listening to everybody. It was really, I'm hearing both sides. And, I definitely heard the notion that these are coming, and they are definitely coming. I guess what it comes down to is similar to what Adam just said. We really don't have and I guess to some extent Bob and Mark as well, we don't have the data. And I think we should strive to make data-based decisions. And when the only data that we have right now is coming from the manufacturers, it gives me pause. And have things changed since January? Perhaps in the evolution, but because of the pandemic, we haven't been able to collect that data. I guess one compromise approach could be to roll this out, no pun intended, with an area-based kind of restriction. So I know, DK, you said that you wanted to make them available to the entire community, but maybe it would be something that is available to east of 28th Street or east of Folsom or something like that, where the walkability of town isn't as high. So something like that where we ease into it rather than in the more crowded parts of town, play with people's safety. I don't want to learn or gather data at the expense of other people's safety. And so that would be my proposal, to roll it out east of Folsom or 28th Street for a limited amount of period, for a limited time frame, and see how that goes. I fear that allowing them west of 28th or Folsom, we see from the data from Fort Collins that it's a 70-30 split, as Sam said, 70% students. We're seeing with COVID and the spread of that it's not entirely hopeful that all of the rules will be followed. So that's what I would propose, is to roll it out cautiously in a geography-based form for a limited time frame.
So just a clarifying question on that, Mary. Were you thinking option 1 or 2 in a limited form?
I think if we're going to do limited, I would just go ahead and do option 2 and get information on both types or all types and learn as much as we can with cautious care. So that would be kind of a compromise that I would bring to the table.
Okay. And Junie, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think this is a very hard decision because I think when we had the discussion back in January, February, I was all up for just rolling it out and not really thinking about some of the challenges that we may face. I think, for instance, the 2 years lifespan to me is also an issue. Disposable methods, because yes, we want to protect the environment, but with something with a 2 years lifespan, that's a real issue. And also the fact that CU is not a partner is very telling, because at CU there are a lot of students. I don't know what the deliberation was when they decided whether, there are probably people who are under 18 and and they want to protect them, and when they're driving this this particular machine around town. So to me, safety is very important. And also even on infrastructure, I don't remember exactly, I think it's either Texas or someplace I went in the US, and the infrastructure was much more different. They had not just bike paths, they had lanes on the street for people to ride these different type of machines or those type of bikes or mobility structures. But we don't really have that in Boulder. So I think Bob's comments are things that we really need to take into account. So I think with all that said, before coming into the meeting, I was thinking as well exactly what Mary said, area-based restrictions. And I think that's a good idea, based just on the geographic area. So I would definitely support Mary's idea and go with option 2. But I just feel like everything that everyone else said is right, spot on. These are real hard issues that we really have to consider.
Great, thank you, Junie. And I'll jump in here and say that I can support Mary's idea as well. It's going to take us 5 votes to get something done tonight. So we may have to work a little on compromising. We had 3 who seemed pretty clear to me that they wouldn't go forward with this. 2 folks wanted option 2 as presented, and 2 of us could accept option 2 limited. So I think I've got us all in here. So I think a compromise on option 2 limited might be something we could get to tonight, if we want to do anything going forward. So Aaron, Rachel, I turn to you and see what you think about that.
Well, I just raised my hand.
Okay.
Rachel's all right if I go. Yeah, well, as you heard, I'd prefer to start with a larger area of the city, but from what I'm hearing people say, it does sound like we have 5 folks who would support a pilot in the eastern portion of the city, and I think that would be better than nothing. So Mary, what do you? You were the one who brought it forward. I could make a motion or defer to you, about doing something, say, east of 28th Street.
Very good. And I'm going to interrupt the flow for just a moment and turn to DK and staff and say, would you be amenable to and able to implement something like that, geofence east of 28th Street, or however we lay it out, but still doing both seated and stand up?
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll follow the direction that City Council provides, and we can create, yes, I think through geofencing, it'll be create those restrictions, that parameter, if you will. where these devices can be operated. One question is, what are the sort of the north and south boundaries if we're talking with 28 far north and far south?
So do you mind if I just jump in? One possibility would be for us to pass an ordinance that states the intention, but look to staff for recommendation on the exact boundaries. To not incorporate that in the formal ordinance.
I think that's a really good idea.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. I support that totally. To give some guidance to staff, but to have them establish the exact parameters, geographic parameters.
Okay, very good. We got Rachel, Bob, and Mark. Rachel?
Yep, I can support it too. I have a question. Sam had mentioned he would prefer that these be docked. And I found a lot of the appeal when I've used them traveling is that they are, scattered really around the city in convenient spots. So is there a way to geofence in or out places where the scooters could be left so we don't have to do docks? It's a little bit more widely available. Also, the docking process can be annoying.
That's really what I meant, Rachel, was designated places like there's some pens and, geofenced is another way. I think DK probably knows all about that. So if we could have them in designated areas, kind of like B-Cycle is around the eastern part of the city, we can leave it to the company, I think, to come up with those geofencing parameters for where to pick them up and drop them off.
I guess I would just say have it be more, since you don't have a physical dock, have there be more of those spots around the city than we have for B-Cycle, because that makes it more easy to, walk a couple blocks and there's usually one hang around.
Okay.
Be my hope. But thanks for the compromise proposal, Mary. That sounds a reasonable place to start.
Bob?
I'm going to continue to vote against. I might get outvoted, which is fine. We know that the stand-up scooters are unsafe. We don't know whether the sit-down ones are safe or unsafe because there simply isn't data. They've only been around for a few months in a few cities. But I do have a question to help those of you who seem to be in the majority in support of Mary's proposal, and this is a question for staff. Staff, I continue to be concerned about us getting distracted with new projects in the middle of a pandemic when we're having a hard time just doing our daily work. Can you share with us the amount of work and staff time and cost to the transportation department of this pilot program has been proposed?
Sure. As of lately, since we're focusing on all of our micromobility policy items, it has included quite a bit of work to get us to a point where we are understanding or determining which vehicles we'd like to have in the shared micromobility program. And then, moving forward, what will be the next steps for our current micromobility provider, B-Cycle. And then, of course, following up after that is the regulation of these devices and where they should be operated in the city, streets, paths, and sidewalks. So I imagine that it will take up quite a bit of time here this fall, finishing up those policy items, which are important to conclude and to contemporize our current ordinances. People are choosing these different forms of transportation for private use, and right now the ordinances do not reflect people's current uses, and enforcement is somewhat lacking too due to limited resources. And so moving into 2021 and doing an RFP in the fall and moving into 2021, selecting an operator and initiating a new program in the second quarter of 2021, there will be staff time needed, whether it was for the administering a dockless e-bike program or the inclusion of scooters too. So I'd say I would say there's an additional major workload on top of what we were planning to do already. We've also built into this program trying to achieve some more financial sustainability, funds that would go back to the city to help augment some of the costs that we have with, for example, creating these micromobility hubs in certain areas around the city to park bikes and scooters. And so that's why we've proposed the 15 cents per ride, and that can add up depending upon the number of trips that are taken. And then we also have the fees associated with a business license, both the initial and the annual fees that can feed into supporting the program too. So yes, there is work. There will be consistent work, but there is work today and there was work yesterday with our micromobility program too. But I wouldn't say that it's overwhelming and it's included into our scope of work moving forward.
Let me maybe ask the question a slightly different way. And I only want to focus on what we're talking about tonight, which is the e-scooter rentals. Okay. I would take B-Cycle out of it, take other things out of it. Those things will have their own work stream and we'll do what we do. So just focusing on e-scooters, if Mark and I had prevailed tonight, which sounds like we won't, and we had imposed a moratorium on e-scooters, what would the people on city staff be doing in lieu of working on e-scooters compared to what it sounds like they will be doing on e-scooters? In other words, I'm trying to understand because you'd be laying people off and doing furloughs, and I just want to make sure that we're maximizing our staff time, and I want to know if this is one of our top priorities. And what would you do if you weren't working on e-scooter? I mean you and your team. If you weren't working on e-scooters, would you have other things to do?
Oh yes, there's plenty to do. Absolutely.
So does that mean that some of those things you wouldn't be able to do if you're going to work on e-scooters?
That's tough to say. It's a good question. Maybe Natalie, it looks like she's joined the conversation. She's our new deputy director. She may want to weigh in on that as she's making some of the scope of work decisions moving forward for our team.
Sure. Good evening, Council. Yeah, so e-scooters were definitely part of our work program for the shared micromobility program this year. So it is not any additional work than what we were already planning for. If we were not to be moving forward with e-scooters, we would continue to just work on the bike share components to our micromobility program. And so we're not setting anything aside to do this work.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Natalie.
And Mark and Adam. Mark.
Yeah, I want to thank Mary for the compromise suggestion. I could have supported it if it were limited to seated e-scooters, but with respect to standing e-scooters, I'm with Bob. We already know they are unsafe, and we know that they have a half-life of 28 days or so, and they will end up in landfill. And on those bases, I don't understand why we are authorizing the use of a product that is contrary to our emphasis on sustainability and to safety. So had it been restricted to the seated e-scooters, I think I could have gone along with it. However, I will be with Bob in the minority on this one because I just don't see why we're authorizing a product we have already determined to be unsafe and unsustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam and then Mary. Adam?
Yeah, it sounds like this is probably moving forward. So I just want to bring up two things real early in the process that I would like to see when the RFP goes out, and that's an opt-in during future contracts. So the contract expires, we actually have to opt in to continue it, and that we actually have access to the trip data. Generally, that's pretty proprietary, but part of the whole reason we're doing this is to figure out, hey, are we actually displacing car rides and all that? So access to trip data, I think, is super important in this instance, and I would push for that as part of the RFP. Also, I really appreciate tenacity, but industry lobbyists probably shouldn't email me mid-meeting to try to change my decision. So in the future, maybe you could hold off on that. I appreciate it, though.
Okay, so Mary, I think we'd be ready for a motion if you're ready, or Aaron wants to.
Yeah, I can. Well, I was going to throw something out there. In the interest of, in an effort to try and get us to unanimity, if we went with, what is that, option 1, which drops the standing scooter?
Option 2, Mary.
No, option 2 is everything.
Yep,
option 1
right.
is sit down only. So if we went with option 1 under with the temporally and geographically limited rollout, would we lose 2 council members and maybe gain 1? Is that what would happen? Or could we get to a unanimous agreement?
if I can colloquy on that,
Please.
I'm not, I actually suggested some form of experimentation when I did my hotline post. So it would be ridiculous for me not to embrace some form of experimentation going forward. But my greatest resistance is to the standing scooters, which I just don't think are safe or reliable. So yeah, I would, in a spirit of cooperation, if it were choice one rather than choice two, I would be supportive. Not necessarily happily, but I would be supportive.
Aaron?
Yeah, well, Mary, I appreciate you working to bring everybody together, but I'm a little unsure that the option one in the limit area of town is better than nothing, because what we're hearing is that there's a very limited number of companies that are adding these seated e-scooters, and so I would worry that we would spend a great deal of time. Well, we'd spend a fair amount of time on this and then not end up with anything to show for it because nobody would step up and take us up on the offer.
Okay, Rachel?
Yeah, I think that's kind of what Tab said too, right? Like nobody supported option one from Tab for those reasons, that they were 4 for option 2 and 1 for option 3. Like either, you know what, or get off the pot. Like, let's do it or let's move on to something else. So I think that I would not want to cause us to lose a unanimous vote. So I'm sort of hoping Bob's just going to come and say, I'm not voting for any of it. And then the pressure's off. But I would much prefer to do 2. And I'm not 100% that I do want it. I'm thinking it through.
Okay. Well, what I would suggest to move us forward is get a motion on the table and take some votes.
All right. Well, I'll put a motion on the table then. So I move that we go forward with option 2 in a geographically and temporally limited manner with the scope of size and time to be recommended by staff, and that as part of the RFP that we require access to the trip data. As well as, I will add one more thing, to keep a close monitoring on the use and accident of all modes. And if we see any one of them increasing in the number of accidents, that we reserve the right to pull that one.
Second.
Okay, very good. All in favor of the motion, raise your hand on the screen. I'll count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. And then against. Okay, it passes 5-3. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, if I could just say just one quick thing. Thanks again, Mary, for that. Just to note that all modes of transportation are dangerous to some extent. So the question is not whether anything is perfectly safe, but whether it is safer than the alternatives, as safe or safer than the alternatives. And I think the data is showing that that's the case for.
Okay. Okay, very good. So we're done with that one. Debbie, do you have everything you need on that vote?
I believe so, yes.
That one did not need to be a roll call, did it?
I think it did because we were passing an ordinance, but.
No, but they're amending and we'll have to come back.
Okay, cool. That's what I thought too. So anyway, all right, we're good.
Thank you for your time tonight, Council.
Yeah, thank you all for your time. Good presentation. Welcome again, Erica.
Thank you very much.
My suggestion here is we take a 5-minute break because we got a couple more items to talk about. So anybody against taking a 5-minute break? See you in 5 minutes. Mary, can you hear me? Oh, Tom, can you hear me? Okay, good.
I can hear you.
Okay, we're good to go here. Let's count 1, 2.
Sam?
Yep.
I have a question. Because the moratorium is ending, does council want to pass option 1 as is and leave it to the city manager rules to accommodate the things that were in Mary's motion? Or do you want us to bring it back on third reading by emergency on October 6th?
If it's third reading by emergency, it may not pass, right? So I think that's an okay suggestion. Mary, it's your motion. What do you think?
I'm sorry, Tom, I didn't catch what the suggestion was.
The suggestion was go ahead and pass on second reading option 1. There's a section that allows the city manager to draft rules and regulations. She could incorporate all of the changes that you made in the rules and regulations and not require amendment to the ordinance itself.
Option 1, I thought we went with option 2.
I'm sorry.
We did, Mary.
Okay. So everything you said, Tom, but change option 1 to option 2.
Yeah.
Yes, I think so. I think that would work.
Then you would need a roll call vote.
Right. Okay.
So Tom, if I can just jump in, are you proposing by emergency or just a regular?
No, just pass it as is.
Regular.
The city manager will incorporate into her rules and regulations all of the changes that Mary made in her motion.
Okay.
Because there is a provision that allows the city manager to limit where they can be used already in the ordinance.
So that works for me, and Aaron was the seconder. So Aaron?
That's fine.
Okay, cool.
Okay, I guess we need that roll call vote now.
Thank you. My apologies, Sam.
No problem.
Councilmember Sweatlick.
Nay.
Did everyone? Nay, okay, good.
Wallach.
Nay.
Weaver.
Yes.
Yates.
No.
Young.
Yes.
Brockett.
Aye.
Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
The motion passed.
Very good.
Okay, so we're ready to move on?
Yep.
The next item on the agenda is matters from the city manager, and we have an update on the COVID-19 related evictions and foreclosures.
And Kurt Fernhaber, I'm sorry, Kristen Heiser is going to be presenting this. Kristen?
Hi, good evening. Just want to check my audio. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you, Jane. Good evening. I'm Kristen Heiser, Deputy Director of Housing and Human Services with the City of Boulder. I'm going to be joined this evening with Karen Armstrong, the city's Community Mediation Program Manager. We'll be providing an update to the information we presented to you in early August regarding the interventions and resources available to keep people housed during the time of the pandemic and beyond. This presentation is specific to the resources serving people who are currently housed and need additional supports to maintain their housing. Before going any further, I want to reiterate our messaging since the early days of the pandemic. The city strongly encourages our community members to access all the federal and state aid that they can to meet their needs. This allows the city and our partners to preserve limited local resources to step in when the federal and state supports are no longer available. As well, we understand for some, this is the first time they've ever had to turn to a government or community agency for help. That can be very difficult to accept and act on. There is no shame in getting the help that is available, and it is confidential. So please reach out and access the supports available that I will be highlighting tonight to maintain your housing. Next slide, please. Tonight, here we go. Tonight, I'll start with an update on what we're seeing by way of eviction filings and the rate of contacts with persons needing housing supports. I'll then review the resources and interventions currently in place. Karen will then take over and focus on the city's community mediation program. And following our presentation, we will be available for questions. Next slide, please. Starting with the numbers, early in the pandemic, as you know, Governor Polis ordered an eviction moratorium that expired in June. The federal moratorium also expired in July. Since the summer, when the majority of the moratoriums and protections were lifted, Boulder County has seen an average of 52 eviction filings each month, compared to an average of 94 filings per month in 2019. So with the eviction moratorium lifted, we have not seen a return to the filing rates of the previous year. Next slide, please. Another indicator of housing supports needed is the number of calls received by the Boulder County Housing Helpline, whose phone number is listed on this slide. In response to COVID-19, the helpline was launched by Boulder County in April. The Housing Helpline is staffed with experienced housing and human services experts that are able to refer people to rental assistance, mortgage relief, mediation, and legal services. It's important to note that the Housing Helpline will support anyone navigate to services and resources regardless of their citizenship status. Since April, the helpline has received over 1,000 phone calls. This is from across the entire county. In general, the average volume has been about 50 calls per week. The helpline did experience a spike, as you see on this slide, in early August when unemployment benefits ended and a large text outreach message was sent out by our cultural broker agency partners promoting the helpline. Following the spike, the helpline has returned to normal call volume. Of those 1,000 calls I mentioned, 152 that have resulted in rental assistance came from City of Boulder residents. And beneficiaries across the county, it's important to note at least 36% live in manufactured housing communities. And as the Housing Helpline learns about the caller's circumstances, they continue to hear that residents generally are finding landlords working with them to find solutions to address the loss of income, devise repayment plans, or other means to ensure residents can remain housed. What these last two slides show us is that we have not hit the eviction cliff. And what we surmise is that this is due to the federal income supports that were made available early on, the rental assistance that is available through local and state agencies and continues to be available, the availability of local interventions, and landlords working together effectively. Next, please. Now let's shift to the resources and interventions in place that are supporting Boulder residents. In August, I shared about the strong regional coordination that is occurring among local agencies, housing authorities, government partners, and service providers. This continues in all realms, including housing, human services, and economic development. As for city investments, in addition to the $7 million we had budgeted for 2020 to support basic needs, we've designated an additional $2.5 million for financial assistance in response to COVID. These sources include federal CDBG, those are Community Development Block Grant dollars, and the COVID Recovery Fund dollars, as well as local resources, including the Health Equity Fund and the Human Services Fund. These investments prioritize meeting the basic needs and immediate needs of Boulder residents and include rental assistance, food supports, medical care, and other expenses. Next slide, please. So as for the state and the interventions it is offering, Federal CARES Act funds are available through two programs. The Emergency Housing Assistance Program, which provides emergency rental and mortgage assistance, can be accessed through Jewish Family Services locally, as well as other agencies, but they're primarily located in Denver. There is also the Property Owner Preservation Program, which allows landlords, including mobile home park owners, to work on behalf to seek rental assistance through the Colorado Department of Local Affairs. As well, the city stands to benefit from the CARES Act relief funds that have come to the county. We should be receiving about $5 million benefiting us for unbudgeted COVID-19 related relief costs. As for the feds, while the income supports provided early on in COVID, including the stimulus checks, unemployment insurance, those successfully served as a major component of many people's financial lifelines. However, those supports are currently being duked out in Congress. In the meantime, there are a few interventions that will play a critical role in maintaining housing. There is the mortgage of forbearance, which is in place until March, the provision of federal funds to local communities, such as the Community Development Block Grant funds to support financial assistance programs, the payroll tax deferral, and the Lost Wage Assistance Program, which is available through the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment. The recent game changer that I'm sure many of you have heard about was the CDC's order to halt evictions for non-payment of rent through the end of 2020. Unlike the previous federal moratorium, the CDC's order comes with penalties for landlords who violate it. While an important step, it does not preclude landlords from charging and collecting fees, penalties, or interest. Further, it doesn't prevent evictions for reasons other than non-payment of rent, and it doesn't protect homeowners from foreclosure. Next slide, please. Also, since we last met on this topic, Governor Polis has seated a temporary special eviction prevention task force. We're very lucky, the region is lucky, council member Friend, who is representing us as a member on this task force. Staff, along with our regional partners, had the opportunity to meet with Councilor Friend to share recommendations we would like to see the task force consider. These include the continued flow of unencumbered financial sources to local governments, housing providers, and nonprofits to meet basic needs, including rent and mortgage assistance. Specific to evictions, we would recommend the extension or permanency of the requirement for landlords to give tenants a 30-day notice rather than the previous 10-day before filing an eviction case in court. This allows a tenant the time needed to hopefully make necessary payments to avoid eviction. We would also seek landlords offering a reasonable repayment agreement before they seek eviction, extend a tenant's legal opportunity to cure for the entire duration of the eviction court process, allowing them to pay back rent at any point before an eviction can be executed by a sheriff. And locally, order a moratorium on fees or penalties for late repayment or capping late fees to a reasonable percentage of monthly rents, and expand availability of free community mediation. And with that, I would like to transition to Karen Armstrong, who is the city's community mediation program manager, who's going to provide you some great information about that work. Next slide, please. And then Karen, just want to make sure you're able to jump on. Karen, are you available? Are you on mute?
We do have Karen here in the meeting.
Ryan is there? I see her.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
There you go. Great.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yep. We can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So
we're good to go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So as Kristen mentioned, mediation services is on our list of recommendations to the governor's task force, as these services have been well utilized by our community since COVID began, particularly to assist with landlords and tenants to navigate these uncharted territory. So before I get into the particulars of how we've adapted in these current times, I want to just mention that our program, Community Mediation Service, has been helping to resolve community conflicts for years. In addition to staff, we are fortunate to have a team of nearly 60 volunteer mediators, many of whom are highly experienced and well-seasoned mediators. We assist in resolving a range of community issues involving housing, HOAs, neighbors, and families. So the chart that you're looking at shows the increase in calls between last year and this year. The blue bar represents general housing related calls, and the orange bar is the number of calls regarding non-payment of rent and or potential eviction. So you can see that both types of calls have increased significantly since the start of COVID in March. Calls related to a potential eviction and or non-payment of rent have increased nearly tenfold for some of the past few months. So it's clear that we've had more requests for assistance, and there may be a few factors at play. One, the city of Boulder has expanded our jurisdiction. The Community Mediation Service has expanded our jurisdiction to serve parts of the county as part of the pandemic response. So a portion of these 2020 numbers do represent county cases. Also, with the increased communication and outreach targeted to assist with eviction and non-payment matters, specifically represented by that orange bar, more people are learning about our services and reaching out. One other thing to note as we move through this summer, you can see that it looks like difference between 2019 and 2020 is beginning to even out. So July and August are a typical time for lease turnover, and it's usually the busiest time of year for landlord-tenant issues. So we'll be curious to see how the pattern continues into the fall when these issues typically quiet down, or if we see a sustained increased call volume. Next slide, please. I'm really going to hone in, focus on that orange bar, because I think that's what the focus is tonight, on eviction and non-payment of rent. So of those calls in that orange bar, what happens to those calls when they come in? 52%, actually it's 57% receive consultation with a mediator, including resource referral, information, and general consultation on their situation. You can see on that blue section there, 25% of our calls go to mediation with a resolution rate of 75%. 13% are still considering mediation, and 5% have reported that they're going to solve independently. Next slide. So I'm going to focus in on eviction court, where we have really focused a lot of our energy and attention. So Community Mediation Service has long been providing eviction mediation services at Boulder courts, and the start of each eviction docket speaking highly of mediation services and encouraging people to meet with our mediators to reach an agreement. So COVID has provided an opportunity to accelerate a lot of improvements to this already well-established mediation service in collaboration with other partners. So now, as part of an administrative order, all landlords and tenants receive information prior to court on how to prepare for eviction court, information on mediation services, legal and financial resources. As a result, in services, sometimes resolving their situation and avoiding court altogether. We are seeing people reach out to us, and we're able to resolve things before it even goes to court. On the day of court, we're still offering mediation, and we're really excited about some enhancements we've made to connect tenants with legal and financial services as part of the mediation process. The housing hotline is now on call during eviction court to provide tenants with rent relief services, and Boulder County Legal Services also now available on call to provide legal consultation to tenants. All of our mediators have received additional training on these new processes. So I want to share with you how this works in practice. Recently, we had 3 cases that really benefited from this coordination. So in one case, one tenant had fallen behind on rent due to a slowdown at work at the start. And by the time that he reached court, he owed over $5,000. In the course of the mediation, the mediator connected him to the housing hotline, helping to fast track his application for housing and avoid eviction. In another case, one parent had to quit their job to stay home with their young children. This family actually decided that it would be better for them to move out and find a more affordable housing option. So what we did is we mediated a reasonable time frame for them to move out, and we did accelerate their rental assistance for first month's rent and deposit on a team for a smoother transition. And again, they were able to avoid an eviction. In a third case, the tenants made a payment plan with their landlord, received funds through the housing hotline, and had their case dismissed. So as you can see with mediation, you can see the red resolution rate there. It's 75, we're reaching resolutions 75% of the time at eviction court, which is actually an improvement over the typical 64%. And I really believe that the combination of all our efforts to ensure that parties have better information entering into the courtroom, The court's increased support of mediation and coordination with the housing hotline have all contributed to better outcomes. The on-call legal assistance that I mentioned is new as of last week, but we expect that this will only further assist tenants to understand their rights and make informed decisions on their cases. Boulder County Legal Services plans to offer this legal services for tenants on a long-term basis beyond the pandemic as a regular offering at eviction court. At this point, we do expect the CDC order will put a halt to the majority of evictions through January. So our focus will really be community outreach at this point to landlords and tenants to make sure
Okay, there we go.
Can be made regarding their housing rather than waiting until January. Please.
Okay, thank you, Karen. We seem to be having some audio problems, but hopefully you heard enough to see that the work that the community mediation program has been doing in partnership with a variety of stakeholders has evolved and has really stepped into a space during COVID to make a significant difference in helping people maintain their housing. So if we can move on to the next slide, our final slide. So what is next? So Housing and Human Services will continue to monitor and access resources as they come available through the feds and state. We'll continue to align with our partners to track needs and strategically invest our financial resources to effectively serve those most in need. This includes supporting a variety of access points to ensure that all can be served. And finally, the city remains committed to ensuring that all people have the potential to successfully sustain and recover from this pandemic, regardless of identity, health, and socioeconomic circumstances. Next slide. So thank you very much for the opportunity to share this information. That is the end of our presentation, and Karen and I are happy to answer any questions. Kurt Fernhaber is also on the meeting and is able to answer other questions as well.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kristen, for that presentation. And it was very interesting to learn about the mediation services. Aaron has his hand up.
Just thanks so much for that. It was very helpful. So I know we're utilizing rental assistance funds from a few different sources. Are those holding up so far? Do we have kind of what we need to give people the assistance they need, or are we running low?
We are not running low. We were the country was very fortunate with the stimulus payments and the unemployment, and that actually went very far for our community. We have not, the city, we have identified about 1.5 million that we are prepared to, we're actually in the process of contracting with EFA, BHP, and other partners to provide rental assistance. So that should take us pretty far. But not knowing what's ahead of us, to be able to be mindful of advocating and bringing more resources to the community can only serve us in the long run. But as of right now, we're feeling that the resources available should carry us for a while.
It's great to hear. Thank you.
And Mary?
Thank you for the presentation, Kristen and Karen. Really appreciate it. One quick question I noticed in Karen's presentation regarding the Boulder County Legal Services. They're providing free legal services. And I was curious to know where the funding is coming from for that.
Can you hear me better?
Yes.
Okay, that's too bad. I'm sorry I wasn't able to get my audio working well. So Boulder County Legal Services is offering that they're just absorbing that cost. They're going to be having an attorney on call, and they're going to be allocating an attorney during that time period. It's every Friday morning from 8:30 to 11. And as we're just getting started, I'll learn more as it goes on, but they're going to just be absorbing that cost.
Great, thank you, and thank you, Boulder County Legal Services.
Very good. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you again for the presentation and the update. Sounds like things are holding up, and appreciate all the work you're doing.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to matters from the mayor and members of council. We have the occupancy update and a motion to request that the city manager allow households to exceed the city's occupancy limitations.
So there's still a problem with the e-scooter ordinance that I'd like to return to, Sam, if that's okay.
Okay.
So
what's that?
The problem is that they were on emergency because you'll recall we raised at CSP, and I'd forgotten, there was only 9 days between hearings because of between the publication and this hearing because of the Labor Day holiday. So council cannot pass anything tonight by 5 votes. So my recommendation is that council consider passing version 3 unanimously or with at least 6 votes on emergency. And that'll keep the moratorium in place. And then we bring back the version 2 that council wants to pass by 5 votes at a later date. If we don't do that, nothing passes and the moratorium ends, which means the companies can just come in and try to drop e-scooters. So my recommendation is that we preserve the moratorium for another few weeks and then let us bring back the ordinance so that you can pass it legally.
Can we not continue the hearing?
You could, but then so you could continue it to October 6th?
Yes.
Okay, you could do that.
What does council think about that? If Adam, you got your hand up.
Yeah, if it's a matter of timing, obviously I don't want to get in the way of the will of council. So if another vote is gonna just clear it up, I might be willing to do that.
That would solve it.
I think it would.
Yeah, that would give you 6 votes.
Do we need to do the roll call over?
That would be helpful.
Okay.
Okay, Debbie.
Councilmember Swetlick.
Aye.
Wallach.
Nay.
Weaver.
Aye.
Yates.
No.
Young.
Yes.
Rocket.
I'm.
Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Tom.
And thank you, Adam. That was very generous.
Okay, so we're now into mayor and members of council. So as far as the occupancy motion, Tom, do you want to tell us about that, or should Rachel start? How do you want to run this?
I have a presentation that if we can bring it up, I have the language of the motion in the presentation.
Okay.
To request control. Okay, so here's the motion. And I will read it. Motion to request that the city manager until at least May 31st, 2021, allow households to exceed the city's occupancy limitations as set forth in section 9-8-5 of the Boulder Revised Code to allow dwelling units to safely house people during the COVID-19 pandemic. Nothing in this request shall be deemed to create a non-conforming occupancy under subsection 9-8-5C1 or to affect enforcement of section 10-320 or any other provision of the Boulder Revised Code. And I have a presentation on occupancy and enforcement. Does council wish to vote on this now or to do it after the presentation?
How long is the presentation?
It's, I think, 12 slides.
I don't know if we need a long presentation or not. Can we ask questions? And if the questions, you've got a slide that will help us answer that, we can go to the slide.
Well, part of my brief tonight was to provide a background on enforcement. So,
okay, well, I'd suggest we go ahead and see it then.
Okay, I'll try to be as quick as possible.
Okay.
So occupant enforcement, there's two types of enforcement. There's Title 10, which is proactive enforcement. Some of you were on council when we added some of these provisions that require a disclosure of total occupancy on licensing, regulates advertising, that the advertising has to include a statement of the maximum legal occupancy, and it requires disclosure of occupancy when a place is being sold, which eliminated the allegations that people didn't know what the occupancy was and prevents landlords from advertising for over occupancy. Title 9 is reactive. That is, we get complaints and we respond to those complaints because we find a property is over occupied. That can result in evictions. Title 10 happens before it's rented. Title 9 happens after. So this is the data that was in the memo that shows the total number of complaints and violations in each year. The violations would be Title 9, the total, and then the Title 10 cases. Title 10 cases include all licensing cases, so it's not just over occupancy. Bob Yates asked us to do a little heat map on the breakdown of violations by area in Boulder. This is data from March 19, 2018 through September 14, 2020. This is data that comes from our EnerGov system. During that period, in that system, there are 30 violations. This does not really jive with the other data that's in the memo, but it's demonstrative of, I think, the point Bob was trying to make, and which staff could assemble in a couple of days, that shows sort of it's spread out. Bob also asked for data on who the violations. So for these 30 violations that are in our system, 2 were married couples or domestic partners, 2 were related adults such as siblings or cousins, none were families with children, and the other 26 were unrelated results. Admittedly, a small sample size. So here, this is basic occupancy. And so I'm going to go through this relatively quickly, but we all know about 3 or 4 persons, and the 3 or 4 persons depends on the zone district in which the property resides. It's basically 3 in lower density zones and 4 in higher density zones and mixed use zones. And then there's 2 other additional groups. It's any 2 persons and any of their children by blood, marriage, guardianship, including foster children or adoption. So the 2 people do not have to have any relationship under our code. It can be any 2 people, and they don't have to be married or be domestic partners. 2 people and all of their children can reside together. And then in 1988, the federal government amended the Fair Housing Act to make families a protected class. So we exempt families completely from occupancy limitations. And and then a family can also have 2 unrelated roomers. So you get a family plus 2. So this is the definition of family. And as you can see, we've tried to include basically every degree of relationship. So it goes out to first cousins, but also great-grandchildren and great-great-grandparents. It also adds a provision that allows for someone to qualify as a family if they're a domestic partner under Boulder law. A domestic partner provision allows any 2 people to become domestic partners. You do not have to register, although you can register to become a domestic partner, but you can just go and file and get a certificate. And as you've seen, we've just waived the fee for that. So it's a fairly low barrier. So there's also non-conforming occupancy. We have about a little over 1,200 properties in Boulder that have non-conforming occupancies, that are occupancies that predated some change in the zoning. So 85% have a non-conforming occupancy based on a prior down zoning, 15% for other reasons, most likely rooming units. Also, council amended the code to fix some of the challenges with co-ops. And so this is a summary of the co-op rules. We have 9 additional co-op licenses since council adopted those changes. accessory dwelling units just last year and earlier this year, or in 2018 earlier this year. Council amended the ADU requirements to open it up. There have been 352 permits issued since January 1st, 1970. 73 of those were issued since January 1st, 2019, which is about when the new changes took effect. Of those, 26 or 36% are affordable ADUs. And I think that's it, yeah. So that was quick.
Thank you, Tom. Yep, it was. Okay, we have a motion on the table, and Rachel, essentially you've made that motion, so you can either make it again and talk to it, or we can go about this however you'd like.
Sure, I'll speak a little bit to it, and then I think Aaron wanted to maybe chime in, and I see his hand's already raised, so I will just give a little bit of background information and then maybe turn it over to Aaron to speak to it as well, if that's okay. So just background wise, on July 12th, Governor Polis issued an executive order asking cities with occupancy limits to suspend them or suspend enforcement of them during COVID. And this was brought to my attention from a city councilor from another city on July 14th. So I sent out a hotline email proposing that we consider Governor Polis's request that day. So it's taken us about 2 months to get to this point of taking up the July request. It seemed like there was a little bit of community confusion around why were we talking about it and why now. So that's the background. I would add that COVID and its grueling impacts have not gotten lesser or receded or been resolved in the intervening months. And then tonight, I know I'm sure all councilors saw it, but for the benefit of the public, I will just read. Governor Polis emailed Boulder City Council tonight saying, I appreciate the Boulder City Council taking up the question of temporary forbearance of occupancy limits at your meeting tonight. Making sure that Coloradans have access to safe housing during the COVID crisis is one of our top priorities statewide. Accordingly, I fully support your initiative to temporarily suspend the city's occupancy limits until next May. During these extraordinary times, with so many families in danger of losing their housing because of the economic disruption due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we need to make sure that we provide as many safe housing options as possible to folks in need. And then I just wanted to add a couple of data points from statewide numbers that I received this week that highlight some of the reasons I think we should all care about helping people to stay housed in Boulder. So the first, again, these are statewide numbers. First number is amid the COVID-19 public health crisis, 457,174 renters do not have stable housing. 66% of Black renters and 85% of Latino renters are at risk of losing housing. And students who move and change schools have lower reading achievement scores by the end of the year. So it's not like a hypothetical, maybe this will hit one or two people, like it's gonna hit real people and it's gonna hit more vulnerable populations harder. And I would especially point out that with the 85% of Latinos at risk, they're also getting hit really hard by the COVID pandemic itself. So that's a bit of a double whammy for that population. So helping to keep people safely housed in Boulder is why the governor asked us to look at this. And it's the reason that I support his request. If we need guardrails, which I'm sensitive to, some people are worried about what might happen if we suspend enforcement, I think we should figure out the guardrails, but I don't think we should reject this as just not necessary. The state has worked really hard, I think, since March to ensure that we stay out in front of things that might negatively impact people. And this is another way to accomplish that. And so I support us doing what the governor has requested. Over to Aaron, if that's okay. Thanks.
Sure.
Thanks.
Aaron.
And Tom, could I just ask you a quick question first, which is, so in terms of how this would work out if we did adopt this motion, life safety codes would still be in effect, correct? So like, I know people have been concerned about whether people would be living safely overoccupied, but if we were to find unsafe living conditions, that still wouldn't be allowed, correct?
That's correct. It's in the motion says any other provision of the code. It only suspends enforcement under section 985, which is the overoccupancy.
Right, so we would still be able to deal with life safety problems if this passes. So yeah, so anyway, so thanks for bringing this up, Rachel, really appreciate it. And we were just getting the information about how we're preventing evictions. and which I think we're generally all in support of. But if we enforce on overoccupancy, that is also an eviction, right? So that's an additional person or persons that were living in a house that we would then be forcing them to leave. And I think that's exactly the kind of disruption that we want to be avoiding right now, due to the kind of economic crisis that so many people are facing during these COVID times. So, it's just for a few months. I know some people are worried about, landlords somehow making a bonanza off of this, but it would just, as proposed, it's just for the time period of this crisis. So the idea is that if people lose their current housing, they could stay with a friend for a few months, or a family could live with another family. I thought the data on previous overoccupancy enforcement was interesting because it did show that it was scattered all over the city. I think sometimes people fear that this is mostly about college students on the Hill, but people need roommates in order to be able to afford housing in Boulder all across the city. So I just hope we can take this, what I see as a pretty common sense step towards protecting housing and the ability to stay in safe housing for people in our community for the next few months during this crisis.
Thanks, Aaron. Adam, and then Bob. Adam.
Thanks, Sam. I have a question for Tom, actually. Since this is essentially loosening rules and providing more opportunity for income, is there a way to tie affordability requirements for additional rooms since you're giving something?
So with rental units, you have the challenge of the state rent control law. So anything we try to do that's forces affordability in the rental area, we have a problem. We run up against the rent control law. So it would be challenging at best.
Gotcha. So it's a maybe.
It's a weak maybe.
Okay.
So the limitation to May 31st was intended to prevent profiteering, because you're thinking the people who are over occupying have a current lease, and any new lease probably isn't going to start. So we'd still do the proactive enforcement to prevent over renting initially.
Okay, I just wanted to clear that up, not only for this instance, but for future instances.
Bob.
Yeah, first I have 2 or 3 questions. First of all, I just want to make sure that I understood your presentation, Tom, correct. I think you said 2 things about families with children. One, it sounds like 2 families whose heads of household are unrelated and an unlimited number of their respective children can live together. Is that correct?
No, I don't think 2 families can. 2 people can.
Two people and their respective children?
Yes.
That's, well, okay. 2 people and their respective children. For some reason. And I think as a matter of practice, I think you showed a slide that said that at least in this measuring period, we've enforced no occupancy limits against families with children. Is that right?
That's correct. At least in that limited set of data we had. Yeah.
Right. Over the 2.5 years. Yeah. And then I looked at the memo, and it looked to me like our enforcement rate was relatively steady. If you average the 3 2/3 years reflected in the memo, looked like we've averaged about 20 enforcements per year. And we're running at we've run 15 through the first 2/3 of this year. So it looks like we're running pretty close to that average. Is there any evidence since COVID started this year that there's greater overoccupancy or greater level of enforcement?
So the challenge, Bob, is that the folks that we normally have doing occupancy enforcement have been doing COVID-19 enforcement. So we have fewer resources, we've diverted the resources we have to the points on the Hill, actually.
Okay, so as a practical matter, we've kind of softened up on occupancy in any event because people have been redirected to other things.
Absolutely.
Okay, and the final question is, if this motion went forward and we announced that we weren't going to enforce occupancy, and presumably part of that is an encouragement of people to have more people in a place, what would happen once the moratorium ended in May? With those people that kind of piled into those houses would now be in violation, they'd have to leave. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
So we kind of chose May because it's between move out and move in.
Well, you're talking about students, but this is citywide though, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so if there's 3 people in a house and we pass this and we say we're not going to enforce it, and now there's 6 people in a house, I don't care if they're students or not students, and then May comes and the moratorium ends, those 3 incremental people are going to have to move out, otherwise they're going to be in violation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Any discussion? Okay, Aaron, your hand's still up. Do you want to speak? Okay. If there's no questions and no conversation and a motion on the table, we're going to just vote. The motion on the table will require 5 votes tonight. That's just the way it is. And so I just want to make sure we're all aware before we do that. Rachel, are you comfortable moving ahead with a vote?
I mean, I don't get to control the process or delay things, I assume, but I guess I'd be curious to the extent that people are fearful of moving forward with this, which is in line again with a request from a governor who's been proactive and has us, handling COVID, I think, better than a lot of other states. What are the fears and what would be the hangups and where could we find common ground on this to at least, if 5 people aren't going to vote for it, unfettered, what are the guardrails that we could put in to address fears? And to Bob's point, I think if we have a vaccine in March and COVID's off the table and the economy starts humming along again by May, then we're back to normal. If not, I think we can look at extending this if we needed to for another 3 months. And so it wouldn't necessarily impact people who are signing new leases, but it would continue to protect people. Also with the families, if you've got 2 people who are married to, you can't have 2 couples, 2 married families living together. So, and I think that there's always a risk of discriminatory enforcement when somebody does complain. So if we have this on the table and, we haven't removed this, we haven't suspended enforcement of occupancy limits, then when a family does get called on, I think they would be essentially evicted and they wouldn't get swept up in our eviction statistics because they wouldn't be on the lease. So there's just a lot of concern for protecting people who have kind of the least protections right now in a hard economic time and wanting to help them be stable. So if people have fears and we can move through some of those, I think it's worth it and it's doing right by the people in Boulder who need us most.
Mark?
I had thought that we had at some point in the past had a conversation about discussing occupancy in a more measured way, as part of our work plan for the coming year. Is that still on the table, or is that simply irrelevant to the passage of this motion?
I think it's separate.
I'll step in there just so it is separate from the motion. We're going to have a study session. I believe it's October 12th, at which we will discuss, we'll hear from staff about what it would mean to address the occupancy in a holistic way, Mark, as you're talking about. Like, what would the staff resources need to be? What do we expect? So it would be more of a process framing study session where we could get questions on the table, and we could take the knowledge from that into the retreat and decide, now that we have some scoping done, how long would it take? How hard would it be? And what would it look like?
Okay. And my only other comment is I kind of share Adam's concern for affordability, as opposed to turning this into simply an income generator for landlords. In the absence of that, I'm somewhat disinclined. And I was finished if it wasn't clear.
Adam?
Yeah, I'm just going to talk. Oh, sorry, Aaron, you've been
Aaron?
ahead. You just.
Well, I can't tell with Aaron for some reason. Your hand's going up and down. So, Aaron?
No, Adam, you go first. I'll go next.
Okay, thanks. So obviously there's a lot to talk about on the issue of occupancy. One of the things that I'm weighing in this vote is we don't have any data. You know, I hear a lot from either side about whether or not opening up our occupancy limits is going to be good for what the actual rents are. And while this isn't exactly a perfect test of that, since none of these are supposed to be new leases that are signed during this, you know, it would at least give us a data point when we're having the broader discussion. So that, coupled with the fact that we are in a crisis and the governor has asked us to do something about it, sort of leads me towards voting for it, since it has a deadline on it. Those are kind of my considerations when thinking about it. Obviously, there's a whole lot more to talk about with occupancy. This is one of the biggest issues in the community, and it needs its day that we've been asking for years now. So those are kind of my thoughts going into this.
Okay. Anyone else?
I think that's my turn now.
Okay.
My hand goes up, it goes down, but yeah, thanks for that, Adam. And I was hoping, after we have this discussion about this particular motion, I was hoping that we could, as a group, say that we are interested in having that October study session where we look at the overall issue kind of for the long term. Because I think, Mark, as you mentioned, there's been mentions of doing that, but I don't think council has ever said, you know, hey, yes, we would like to look into what it would take to tackle it as an overall issue. So my hope is that we could agree to that tonight before we're done with the overall topic. But just one process thing, I don't think Rachel's actually made a motion, so we might want to take that formal step.
Rachel?
Yes, I will make that motion. Tom, do you mind putting it back up? I don't have it right in front of me, the language, if it's easy. Otherwise, I can pull it out of an email. Okay. I make a motion to request that the city manager, until at least May 31st, 2021, allow households to exceed the city's occupancy limitations as set forth in section 985 of the Boulder Revised Code to allow dwelling units to safely house people during the COVID-19 pandemic. Nothing in this request shall be deemed to create a non-conforming occupancy under subsection 985C1 or to affect enforcement of section 10.320 or any other provision of the Boulder Revised Code.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, raise your hands. 1, 2, 3. Junie, is your hand raised? 4. All opposed, raise your hand. And that's 4. So the motion fails. And we know how Mirabai would have been inclined to vote as well. She sent us an email letting us know. And Aaron, I think now would be the time to ask for your nod of 5 for supporting the scoping process for October.
Thanks, Sam. Well, I'm just pointing that out for a next step. You know, I would hope that we could, as a group, say that we would like to look into tackling this issue, you know, from an overall long-term perspective, starting with that study session that's already preliminarily on the calendar for late October. So is that something that folks would be up for saying tonight?
Already
raise your hand if you're, well, let's just raise our hands. And Aaron was asking for a nod of 5. So that's unanimous.
Great. Appreciate you all doing that and indulging me. Thank you. Look forward to the discussion.
Yep. Okay. I think it's back to Rachel for an update on CU South.
I get no morning. Okay.
What's that?
No morning. No morning period for me. Okay. I have to pull up a different document here. Okay. So as you all probably know, Sam and I are on the CU South Process Subcommittee, and we wanted to bring a little update tonight and get some input and check in to make sure that we are on track. So we still sort of have two parallel tracks going with the Process Subcommittee. One on sort of the flood mitigation design and the second on annexation. So first, as to design, we had asked utilities to be responsive to OSBT's request to review upstream again at our June hearing. And utility staff is actively working on both the chosen variant and looking into the upstream option. So they're getting input from Sam and I on the subcommittee, as well as OSBT, RAB, and planning board members. And the hope is that utilities and Joe will have the information on upstream viability to OSBT by November and then to council in December. So that is a little bit longer than we had originally envisioned in June, but the subcommittee feels that that's a reasonable timeline. Sam, anything you would add on kind of the first flood mitigation aspect?
I think that's perfect. I just add the one bit that we have a sub-working group of the process subcommittee that's been looking at upstream. And we have a meeting coming up on Friday, and we may be at the point, and maybe you're going to talk more about this, Rachel, but we may be at the point then that we disband that subgroup and the matter goes back to staff and then OSBT and then council. So for what it's worth, there has been focused effort on making sure that we understood the request by OSBT to look at upstream and what that meant. And so there's been a lot of work done pretty quickly around that. And I think it's been good work. And I'm hopeful that we will have those questions answered properly.
Any questions on kind of that first bucket from anybody? Concerns, objections? All right. So then the second piece is annexation. And we as a subcommittee are turning our attention a bit more to the community engagement around CU South annexation. So we anticipate that CU Boulder is going to submit revised annexation application materials in early October. And Sam and I would like to recommend that the city not respond within the usual timeline, which I think is 30 days to an annexation request. Instead, we would propose that we would like City Council to hear from staff and CU Boulder either November 10th or November 17th to review the updated application. And then we would discuss as a council a plan for engaging the community. Sam and I would like to solicit community input kind of from mid-November, maybe through January-ish, and then use that to inform our response to the annexation application. So then council could have a study session or meeting in January to review that community input and assess whether the city and CU Boulder are aligned on annexation terms. And then hopefully we would have public hearings for annexation starting in like April, assuming that there's alignment on that agreement between the city and CU. So that is really what we wanted to check in with you all on to see if that sounded like a good plan of action for the process subcommittee and for the beginning of the engagement process on annexation. Sam, anything to add? Wallach's giving me a one thumbs up.
Two thumbs.
That was pretty well summarized, Rachel. I think the one thing that I would add is it just seemed too quick to us to have staff respond to a proposal that's going to be this big and this impactful to the community. And so what we're asking for your input on is to tell us if you want us to do something different than that, because it's not the normal process timeline, and it will invite a lot more community focus on this. So just thumbs up or thumbs down, or raise your hand.
I would add that there hasn't been really an opportunity for the community to engage on what they would like to see happen at that site or wouldn't like to see happen at that site. So we think it's pretty important that the community engage on the front end of this. Otherwise, engagement after that feels, like we've already responded to the annexation offer, and we didn't hear from the community. We're not informed by that, and we didn't properly engage. So that's where we're coming from. I'm quiet now.
No, Mary, and then Mark.
Yeah, quick question. So the you're proposing is that the feedback be withheld until after community feedback. And then, is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, that
okay.
the staff does not respond to what are essentially going to be the terms they're proposing. And staff has been negotiating those terms, but they're not sure what they're going to get back. So
okay,
it's
so
to lengthen the response time.
Okay, so where on the engagement wheel will we be during that process, or will be, you know, there's these different 9 steps on the engagement wheel, or will we not be using that, or where on that will we be? So will there be an inform stage? Will there be, I forget what all the steps are, but
I think staff might have that little flow chart, if that's what you're talking about, that they could pop up tonight. But my understanding is we would sort of be talking about that in November when we get together to discuss engagement after we get the annexation proposal from CU. And so we would make sure that we're all in alignment on whatever the next steps of annexation are. And that would be determined at our November meeting.
And I was going to say, we can bring this up. So a week from Friday, we have another process subcommittee meeting. So it's upstream this Friday in the full process subcommittee. So Mary, we can raise that question with staff at that meeting. It's a good question.
Well, what I would like a really clear process of engagement, because otherwise there'll be a recommendation or not, and then there'll be more changes requested that kind of go back to step 1. So I want us to be clear about what the engagement process looks like. I also think it might make sense to have staff gather all the feedback at whatever point makes sense, and then present what they're going to present to how they're going to respond to the university prior to actually responding to the university, so that there's an interim step there. Just a thought.
Mark?
I want to second 2 things. One, Mary's emphasis on structuring the community engagement correctly. And 2, the entire process that Rachel has suggested, in which we get community input before we respond and finalize a transaction. This is a very contentious proposal, and too often we do community engagement when it looks like the transaction is fully baked in. And I think it would be very helpful to let people have their say and make their points and give us some guidance before we formally respond to whatever it is that CU comes up with. So I think this process is really very, very good and perfectly aligned with what we ought to be doing. So thank you.
Okay, good enough. That was the intention, but we wanted to check in and make sure that we weren't making decisions on the process subcommittee without the support of council. So good enough. That's what I was hoping we'd get out of this. Rachel, how about you?
Yeah, it doesn't sound like any objections or concerns other than Mary wanting us to drill down better on the actual engagement process.
Right.
Right, cool.
Yep, I think so. Okay, that was the last scheduled item. Anything else to bring up? Any post-meeting discussion? Okay, with that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much and have a good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night all.